What you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, it makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to a basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation, and if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life, and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. That's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying, it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying, like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person playing for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nibby just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just see it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nibby said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace, I have no rest, I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. people who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when you're exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do an email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people and sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Maybe you used to do this. You would email people when they would ask maybe and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. You would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business and venture business looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the most successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but if you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one, you can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to what you know. So if you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for companies to find product market fit, I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's the three focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk or a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer. The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. The artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products they create are authentic to their desires and their needs. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself. He's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit. But at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. The masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance, you have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way. If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. You're right about the skill stack. Everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all of these. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing. Otherwise, you wouldn't be good at them. You wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they are often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game and you're going to win a stupid prize. It's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Opinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in the local restaurant than there is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and NextTag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that and said what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time. You do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. And don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome, times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision, when you take 2 made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision. Those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data. You don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or 2. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those 2 variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you develop a judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was, avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams, systems not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading your winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then, do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carved for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he is inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, "There are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you."
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you're literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I'm projecting? And then, am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. It said, find 3 hobbies. One that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that would make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is, or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. But clearly, I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability And then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet. And they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of non-profit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. Certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations, because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you. And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility, there'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for careers: start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may have to take on more accountability. You may have less steady income, but more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code. And where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network, and then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies. So you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There are people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. But it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind. and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room when the lawyers needed photocopies. I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school. And I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned a catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers this, so it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company, and I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them, and that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated, and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life. But there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal-agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal-agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal-agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you could be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiated in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with a principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent who's way deep down thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand, because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
Is a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in a book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably in New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have 2 companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I had, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need 2 different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into 2 projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have 3 friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome in these projects. Another one might be, the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always wanted to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee cost $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion, and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is the price that is worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised around at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there's an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving. Preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people, and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. So if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and then Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career to work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they were overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, and knowledge that can only come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is coming and learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job and you don't have the opportunity to learn in an apprenticeship model and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista at a coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them in your basic service and delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them who have founder mentality. And that's just a fancy way of saying they care enough. And what most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line, and it pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position, you just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment. That'll come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment, unless you learn a code or you become good with media. And these are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later. Judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately. You can say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on the chopping block. So you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook and I'm good at for numbers and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems, taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that the valuable society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got those with my genuine intellectual interest and bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second-hand. There are also timeless forms of technology. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early in life. So it's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives of a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is just a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said, companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you spend doing something is a good rough proxy for what kind of output you're going to get. Today, it's extremely nonlinear. One good investment decision can make a company $10 or $100 million. One good product feature can be the difference between product market fit and complete failure. So judgment and accountability matter much, much more. And you want the accountability because sometimes the best engineers or the best salespeople are the ones who don't work very hard, but then they'll ship that one critical product at just the right time. Or they'll make that one huge sale or that one huge deal that will make the company or at least make the numbers for the quarter. It's very important that people are able to tell that you had a role in that. That doesn't mean that you stomp all over your team. Humans are extremely sensitive to people who take too much credit. So you do want to be the kind of person that is always giving out credit. But the smart people will know who is responsible. There are jobs where you're not customer facing, where you're kind of a cog in a machine, and you sacrifice accountability to some degree. An example is when you're a consultant. As a consultant, often you're giving the best ideas and the best outcome, but it's being delivered through some person who's working in the organization. At that point, you may not have visibility to the top people in the organization, you may be hidden behind a screen. And that's just a trade-off that you're making in exchange for your independence as a consultant because you're not willing to play the corporate rat race or the corporate ladder game. Realize that with accountability, you can get a lot more credit when things go right. Of course, the downside is you get hurt a lot more when things go wrong. If you stick your neck out, you have to be willing to be blamed, sacrificed, and attacked. So if you're the kind of person that thrives in a high accountability environment, you're naturally also going to have a very thick skin. You're going to get hurt a lot. People are going to attack you if you fail.
If you're working a job, I think you can apply a lot of the principles of the tweet storm inside the job, like we just discussed, including other ones like partnering with rational optimists. You can find people in the organization who are optimistic and rational, that have energy, integrity, and intelligence. And the flip side of this is that once you get some specific knowledge, one way to scale it is to start training apprentices that you can then outsource some of your tasks to.
For example, I made a bunch of good investments and I figured out a little bit here and there about the venture business. And I could keep doing that. I could keep just investing as an investor. But instead, I co-founded this project called Spearhead, where we train up-and-coming young founders to also become angel and venture investors, and we give them a checkbook. It's an apprenticeship model. They come to us with specific deals that they're looking at, and we help them think through every unique situation. And we basically apprentice them under us to learn the venture business, and it's much more scalable. We have classes and talks where we have to tell them what we know, and then there are office hours when they actually bring in the deals and they talk to us about specific deals. And it turns out the classes and talks are largely worthless. You can give all the generic advice you could give in about an hour, and then after that, all the additional advice is so circumstantial that essentially cancels to zero if you try to give it in some top-down fashion. But the office hours are incredibly useful. It just reinforces that this is one of those skills that can only be learned on the job. And when you find a skill that can only be learned on the job by doing it, that is a good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge. Another good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge is when you ask the person doing it, what do you do every day? And they can't give you a straight answer, or if it's something along the lines of every day is different based on what's going on, that's a good indicator you're learning specific knowledge. The thing is so complicated and it's so dependent upon circumstances that it can't be boiled down into a textbook form or communicated by a make-money consultant.
The mafia figured out this apprenticeship model a long time ago. The best way to end up running one of the families was to become the driver for the dawn of one of the families.
It's a complicated business. Tony Soprano said, I'm a businessman who has to enforce my own contracts. Very complicated business. This phenomenon on AngelList, where angel investors will be investing locally in a city that is not producing good tech startups, will basically surrender and then start investing through AngelList into Bay Area startups. They can see the quality and the return percentage.
What's the best indicator that a startup hub is working? Is it exits? Is it a thriving community of other angel investors?
Unfortunately, it's exits. The normal angel investing dynamic starts with founders start a company does well, founders and early employees get rich in the IPO or the acquisition, and then they start investing money in their friends and engineers and designers and marketers who work with them at their company. And they feel a lot more comfortable doing this early investing because that's how they made their money. They made their money through tech startups, so they want to put it back into tech startups. There's a lot of false starts where you'll have a lot of angel investors pop up in an area and they'll invest in a bunch of companies, but then those companies get stranded because there's no Series A or Series B VCs there to invest in them. Or because there's only one or two Series A or Series B VCs, when they come in, they pay low valuations, they wipe out the early investors. They convert them to common, they cram them down, they put warrants on top. So funding markets to some extent develop in reverse. The least risky investments are mezzanine rounds right before the company goes public. The next least risky investments are Series B's and Series C's, then more riskier Series B's, even more riskier Series A, and the most riskier angel investing. So in a weird way, angel investing is the thing that should develop last. That's not always the case, because if a company can break out with just angel money, then later stage money will find it almost no matter where it is. Or that company can move to a later stage hub. But now you have a big gap between your investment and when the next investor is going to show up. And that means the company has to get really, really far in very little money. The returns in angel investing are kind of interesting. There's this meme that goes around that angel investors lose all their money and that VC is a terrible business. This is somewhat true and somewhat not. It's true if you start aggregating VCs and angel investors from all across the world, but if you stay focused on technology hubs, it's largely not true. A competent angel investor in Silicon Valley who's plugged into the network and knows what they're doing and has a broad portfolio can expect to make somewhere 3 to 10 times their money over a decade. That's quite a return, although there is a very high specific knowledge and labor that goes into each investment, which is not being counted. Also keep in mind that these capital gains are usually taxed at lower rates, partially because it's a secondary tax on corporate income. It sort of impacts one's apartment level. And also there are tax breaks for angel investors, ranging from the qualified small business exemption in the US to some very favorable tax investing rates in the UK and other countries. From a tax advantage basis, if you're willing to tolerate the high risk and the illiquidity, it's very hard to look at any other asset class where you can make as much of a raw return on your money as you can as a patient, diversified, plugged-in angel investor. One way to think about it is the less efficient the market and the more wealth the underlying asset is creating, the better off you're going to do. For example, art doesn't really create that much wealth. It's more of a tax haven / speculation instrument. Same with wine. The asset itself is not that wealth generating, but the underlying market is very inefficient, so you can make money more easily. Gambling is wealth destructive. It actually destroys wealth. So it's not a great asset class to play in unless you're the casino owner, in which case you have an edge on everybody else. Angel investing is odd in that very few people can play in it. Very few people have the know-how, the geographic access, the capital, and the risk horizon, and the patience. But at the same time, the underlying assets that you're investing in are changing the world on a daily basis. I see a lot of people on Twitter who could be good angel investors who are sitting in Silicon Valley, who have access to deal flow, who are in the tech industry. And I see them spending a lot of time thinking about macroeconomics, what if the Fed's going to cut interest rates, what's going to happen to the trade war in China, or they're out shorting stocks, or they're investing in special economic zones, or they're buying and selling real estate and flipping that, or I have a very good friend of mine who's a great VC who's also running a rental business on the side. And I would scratch my head a little bit. You're living inside the gold mine. There are people literally digging up gold next to you. The returns in this industry are higher than anything else. You understand it so well, you have specific knowledge. But there is this contempt that you have for investing further into the industry that just comes from your own familiarity. And if you're in the tech industry, you should be doubling down. I don't know of a better industry on the planet or a better place on the planet to be investing for today. The technology industry is becoming the place where wealth gets originated, and then it can get spread out. But increasingly, the Wall Street financiers are coming to Silicon Valley to invest in companies before they get to Wall Street. By the time a company goes public, you can pretty much bet that anybody who had any connections, who had any appetite, who had any capability, got a bite at it. So if you're buying a tech company when it goes public, you are literally last in line. It's not to say you can't make money, but the odds are way down because this fruit has been picked over many, many, many times.
The last bunch of financiers who were sitting in the right place at the right time, we call them Wall Street. These were the people where you used to get capital for your startup. There was no other market for fundraising until you had the metrics to go public. Now, Silicon Valley is turning into the new Wall Street, except it's not as formalized and organized and segmented as the traditional Wall Street. The JP Morgans haven't popped up, and the NASDAQs haven't popped up yet.
This is going to fly in the face of conventional wisdom. For the average person, you should be saving for your retirement. But I never set out to save anything. I reinvested everything. In economics, there's the identity S equals I, savings equals investment. So even if you save into your 401k, it's actually just getting reinvested, but it's getting reinvested into some very quote-unquote safe but very unproductive parts of society, such as the government. You're investing in the DMV or the Defense Department, and their returns to date have not been spectacular. It's essentially just whatever money they can take at gunpoint from both taxpayers and foreigners. Generally, it's probably a better bet if you're in the tech industry to invest back in the tech industry, especially if you're young and especially if you can get diversified. Invest in the smartest, invest in brightest people that you know around you, as opposed to faraway people in faraway lands with faraway motives, who are frankly just not as motivated and have trillions of dollars of capital flowing into them. $50,000 in your IRA isn't going to make much of a difference to the U.S. government when it gets put into a T-bill, but 50 grand invested into an entrepreneur down the street is going to make a huge difference to their lives. And if you can find 10, 20, 30, 50 investments like that, at least one or two of them will pay off, assuming that you listen to us and build up some skills along the way. Most of my net worth is illiquid and mining startup companies. But I sleep well at night knowing that I literally have hundreds of teams of brilliant entrepreneurs who study at the top schools and are leveraged through code because they have engineering degrees, great designers. They're leveraged through capital because they've raised venture money after I invested. They're leveraged through products that they're building that have no marginal cost of reproduction and use the most modern methods of distribution. All of them are working very hard to build things that could be massive and change the world. And it's just going to take a few of them work out for the entire portfolio to balance out. If you have a 1,000x return in your portfolio somewhere, which is not that unheard of in angel investing, you could have made 100 investments to get there, and your overall portfolio will still be a 10x, even if the other 99 go to zero. The three things that it takes to get into the investing business are deal flow, judgment, and capital. Capital is the hard one. Either you made some money before, or other people trust you enough to give you capital. Many of the top VCs are related to, married to, or come from families that have an enormous amount of capital. Sometimes you look at those people, you scratch your head, and you say, how is this person in the venture business? Well, they had a lot of family money, or they married into money. Or they were managing money for somebody else, or they were friends with a billionaire, or had access to some large fund. And that access to the capital is what got them in the business. If you join Spearhead, we actually give the Spearhead leads, who are founders who we're training up to be investors. We give them $1 million checkbooks, and then we help them raise more money from limited partners later on. So that is another way to get capital. You can always raise it from friends and family, but this is both the hardest and the easiest depending on who you are. The second is judgment. As they say, good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment. Often it just takes time to build up. Judgment can often be about applying your highest standards and your taste and the things you know the best to other people. Very often, as a founder, you have a very high bar for yourself. You only want to recruit the absolute best. You only want to do your best work. You're constantly into self-improvement. You're always the worst critic of your own business and your own product. Every little thing in your product that's wrong bothers you. But then you meet somebody else, and they're raising money, and you fall in love with their idea, and you ignore the fact that the person doesn't seem that smart, or it's not someone that you actually work for or even hire, or their product is only half-baked or half-finished, or they're executing slowly. You just look past all that. You'll lower your judgment because you start fantasizing about all the things that can go right. So it's very important when you're investing in other people that you keep a high bar. You have to have taste. Some of the best investors that I know are incredibly difficult people. It's very hard to please them, and they see the problems in everything. In that sense, a good investor can often be a lot more cynical or pessimistic than a good founder. A good founder has to be a rational optimist, whereas a good investor sometimes will bounce maniacally, being optimistic enough to see the future and get into the deal, and being pessimistic enough to see all the downsides and pass on 9 out of 10 look at. If you're doing more than 1 out of every 10 deals that you look at, you're probably being too optimistic. if you keep stumbling into all the great deals all the time, that says more about you than it does about your deal flow. There are always exceptions, of course. If you're sitting in the links YC batch and you're getting to see everything good that's going on early, or if you're running the Stanford Entrepreneurship Club and you see tons of deals go by, you may have a unique advantage to your network. The last piece, though, the deal flow and the access, that's what we're going to focus on, which is how do you get deal flow? How do you get good access? Deal flow and access are not the same thing. You can get deal flow by going on angel lists. You can get deal flow by going to Silicon Valley Content or Demo Day. You can get deal flow by going to any technology conference, bake-off. You can get deal flow by watching Shark Tank. But that doesn't mean you have access to those deals. It doesn't mean that you have the ability to invest in those deals when you want, on the terms that you want. When the deals get really hot and you get cut out, that is a sign to you that you're going to perform poorly as an angel investor. You need to do whatever it takes to up your access.
Why is it so important to get allocations in the deals that you want to get into? What happens if you don't? Isn't there just a lot of deal flow out there?
Almost every angel investor, if you look at their portfolio, the majority of the returns come from one deal. And then if you look at the remaining returns, once you take that top deal out, the majority of those returns come from the second deal. So it's extremely nonlinear. If you were to take the top 2 to 3 deals out of every fund's portfolio, you would basically have a negative performing fund, as opposed to what would normally be 4, 5, 6, 10x fund. One company out of 100 or one company out of 1,000 accounts for all the returns every year. So it's all about adverse selection. When you get cut out of the deals that you wanted to get into, the odds of that being one of those big winners goes from, let's say, 1 in 100 to 1 in 3 or 1 in 5. What will often happen is you'll meet a company, you're taking your time deciding, and then all of a sudden a top ranked investor rolls in, writes a big check. Next thing you know, everybody piles in, there's a strong signal, and now the entrepreneur says, sorry, the round's closed, or only have 10K left for you. These are times when brand makes a difference. I partially started Angel List because I was cut out of some very big deals early on that to this day I have some qualms over. These are career-defining deals. If I had been in, that would have made tons of money. But my brand simply wasn't strong enough. Even though you want to be non-consensus right, there does come a point at which consensus has value. When the Sequoias of the world show up, when the statistics become more baked, when the founders are better known, when there's more information on the table, and to some extent Sequoia investing is a partially self-fulfilling prophecy because it takes away some future financing risk and it gives the company the ability to stand out when it's recruiting or going for PR. This is why it's often better to back another great angel investor and pay them their carry than it is to go and try and be one of your own. A lot of people balk at this idea that, oh, I'm going to pay you a management fee or percentage of the upside. Frankly, if angel investing is the steal, the old 2 and 20 model was put in place by KKR, which was a big private equity firm managing billions of dollars. The fact that you can get someone who's managing $1 million to charge you the same 2 and 20 when their labor as a proportion of the investment capital is far, far higher, it's dirt cheap. Go to YC and tell them you would like them to invest your money at the same time they put in their own money at the beginning for 2 and 20 and they'll laugh you out of the room.
To get into good deals, you need to build a brand, typically by adding value to the startup in some unique way. Why don't we talk about 101 different ways to build a brand?
This is the meat of it. This is the heart of it. We'll get into how to develop good judgment. We can get into the ins and outs of raising capital. All of those are secondary. The single most important thing is having the ability to get into a deal that you want to get into, and that is access. And the way to get access is to have a brand. A brand in this context is an authentic reputation that you have with the founders and other investors that tells other people around the table, yes, let's let this person invest in our round, even though it's scarce and everybody wants to get in. Now it's a signal.
Okay, let's get
So
started.
how do you build a brand? The classic brands in the venture business have a reputation for having made great investments. Sequoia was built this way, and Andreessen was partially built this way, where you pay up for deals in later rounds on companies that already have product market fit. You associate with their brand, and then you use that to get into earlier and earlier, hotter and hotter deals. So the best way to build a brand is almost a tautology, which is to invest in the winning companies, and then that gets you into the winning companies. Okay, but that's
EQ is from
another way to build a brand
public
is to
public office.
provide something that's pro-founder that the environment does not yet already offer. This could be a stance. For example, Andreessen Horowitz is a famously founder-friendly stance. They want to see the founders run the company. It could be content. I built a brand through Twitter Elad Gil built a brand partially through the High Growth Handbook that he wrote. Reid Hoffman has written some books, of course, although he's got many other reasons to have a good brand. Paul Graham wrote amazing pieces that attracted everybody to YC and Hacker News when he was getting started. Fred Wilson still maintains the most popular blog in venture capital at ABC. Brad Feld laid out a lot of mechanics of the VC investing that allowed him to run a fund out of Boulder, which is unusual. So you can definitely build a brand through blogging. David Hornick and Andrew Anker and I started Venture Blog, one of the first venture-related blogs back in the day. Chip stuck with it. A lot of the great brands in recent memory have been built by being extremely founder-friendly and by providing either content or networks or software or platforms or access for entrepreneurs that did not exist before. Number one was being a good investor to begin with. Number two is by creating content that helps entrepreneurs. A third one is you can build infrastructure, a platform that helps entrepreneurs. Paul Graham can get deals because of Y Combinator. Davey and I often can get into deals because we started AngelList, and that helps entrepreneurs at scale. Ryan Hoover can get into deals because he started Product Hunt. The First Round Capital guys have the platform, which helps them win deals against other VCs. And Jason Horowitz has its famous platform, people who are helping out companies left and right. That's another example of a way to build a brand by helping founders. You could also start a conference. Jason Lemkin did this with the SaaStr conference. Tim O'Reilly and O'Reilly Media Ventures have both publishing and conferences. Stephen Laurie is great at recruiting, so he started Team Builder Ventures. He put it right in his brand name. So now when he goes to companies, they know what he's good for. They know why to give him a piece of the round and what he's going to help them with. There are nuances to this. A lot of times, the VC will say we need to build a brand, therefore we need to have a blog. Let's hire a content writer and write a blog. Or, man, I better up my Twitter game. Let me get over on Twitter and start telling entrepreneurs what my investment criteria are. The truth is, you're not going to build a brand because you want to build a brand. The brand is going to be an authentic expression of who you are. So whatever your unique insight already is into the technology ecosystem, the venture business, investing, startups, you have to express that in the most authentic way possible. So if you're good at Twitter, get on Twitter. If you're good at blogging, get on blogging. If you're good at writing books, get on writing books. If you're good at speaking, go to conferences, speak. If you're good at talking, do a podcast. But you're not going to be successful by aping somebody else. It's going to have to be authentic to you. Also, the media airwaves are now crowded, so you have to create top quality content, you need to have top quality distribution. The work that Nibby and I do in this podcast, even though it's an amateur effort, we cut things up into snippets, we clean up the voices, we create transcripts, we create highlights. We're staying at the leading edge of the curve. Sure, other people will copy us and catch up, but by then we'll be somewhere else. We may be off to writing a book, or we may be doing a roadshow, or running an incubator, or building another software platform. But because we're always tinkering at the edge, and we enjoy that tinkering at the edge, it's easy for us to stay ahead of the competition.
No.
Whatever your brand is, it has to be.
Official. Relating to professional responsibilities. Responsibility. Responsibility, something that is your job or duty to deal with. Social issue. Relating to face. Superficial. Topics. Responsibility. Something their job, duty or to official. Relating to official, public or official. Official. Or force. Format. Official. Format. Public or public. Official duty. Relating to a person. Relating to a person. Or accuse. Format. Official. Responsibility. Duty. Something that you job or duty to deal with. make formal statement or accuse. Let's see. 其实看没关系，应该。Accuse. Accuse. To say that someone that something is wrong, illegal, wrong, can't. Okay, accuse. It was my fault. Alright. To say that something is something worse to me. Something murder. Extremely. To make formal statement. 我看自己。To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused. The accused. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Based on principles that you or people in general consider right, honest, or acceptable. Now this fish.是怎么样明白？Waiting to repression responsibility. Waiting to repression our responsibility. More. Based on principle that you or people in general consider to be right, honest, or accept to make formal statement saying that something is accused of a crime. To make a formal statement. Which statement? For office, which public or official for public or official. Public official. Statement. Something that someone says. Someone that something that someone says worldwide, artificial statement. Something that someone says worldwide, official or on occasion to express an opinion, to an occasion, to an action done to express an opinion, to make a formal statement saying that. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of statement or an action done to express an opinion. The government is expected to issue a statement about investigation to the press. Statement. Oh. Accused. Say some more. To say that someone have said something. More. Based on principles that you or that you people in general consider right. Honest or consider. Statement. Personal bank statement. Document is typical sent by a bank to an account holder like transactions of account draw. What is bank? What is a bank statement? Definition, benefits, and requirement statement. Another thing, something that someone says worldwide officially or action done to express an opinion. The government. Prisoner from the prison. Person who is kept in prison. Okay. He produced a sign. His will paint over the faculty because he wanted to cause because he wanted to make a statement about cruelty to animals. We are not surprised by their statement that jobs will be cut. We were not surprised by their statement cut. We were not surprised by their statement that jobs would be cut. certificate. Must rise. Substantial announcements, comments, bank statement, or a record of the amounts of money pinned into and taken out of your bank or account draw a particular period of time. Check your statement and see if the money has been taken from your bank account. He keeps all his bank statements and files them away. He keeps all his bank statements and files them away. Used to refer to a piece of clothing. Right, that is designed to be noted. That is notable and status. Not status. Nice notable status. Nice notable status. User to refer to piece of clothing statement. Statement to a fashion gave a child with a particular disability or problem a statement of educational needs. My 5 years old My 5-year-old grandson has no speech impediment for which is something that you say right, something that you say right. Something that you say or write, say. Something that you say. To make a formal statement. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused. Statement. To make a form official, to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. I understand this. I need more about companies. Waiting to information responsibility. Activity in activity. The rate activity. crime. Illegal activity. Law by law. To make her formal statement saying that someone is accused. She's been charged. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's charged with murdering her husband. She's charged. Accused from of a please. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused. Something accused of a crime. She's being charged. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged. She's been charged with murder. She is charged with murdering her husband. Murdering her husband. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. For the paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Purposes. Why do something or why something exists for her own purpose? Why you do something or why something exists? And for her own crime. Her own purpose. Why is this? Purposes. Okay, for her own purposes. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Move forward. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. purposes. Okay. Move forward. Move forward. To move forward. Make activity. Forward. Direction. Toward the direction that is in front of you. Okay. Let me see. Statement. Statement. Rather facial. Statement. Bank statement. Duct desk statement. Google statement. Google statement. Statement. Purpose. Forward. Forward contract. Forward contract. Toward the direction that is in front of you. To move forward. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward. Oops, backwards. In front of. Movement in the direction or close toward. Movement in the direction or closer to someone. She stood up and walked toward and toward the knife. Can we go closer? And leaned towards his wife and whispered. Snoop in the direction toward the top part of the body in a particular direction. What's the meaning of this? Wait. Direction. Progressing. Then progressing toward which some lovers moves your face. Toward. Back. Towards. Introduction. toward, please. You keep ignoring it. You keep it. Stood up on the rock. I'll go home. Movement in the direction. For this. Directs to the purpose, direction the press to which some motion moves or faces. No, go that way, I said. So the point is the opposite. I know this different. Okay. Movement. Okay. To move forward quickly and violent. For this. 往这个词靠近，但是我又不知道。In a forceful way that causes people to be hurt. In a forceful way that causes people to be hurt. He claimed to have been violently assailed. Strongly or extremely violent disagreed with what we said. He got violent sick. You're forceful with that cause people to be hurt.
Violently.
Okay, toward. Movement. Strongly or extremely. Okay, to movement quickly and violent. More force with the people to hurt. Especially toward something that has been difficult and that has difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly. To move. 那位置有这样的讲。 To move forward quickly and violent, especially toward something that had caused difficult and or anger. To move forward quickly and violently. To move forward quickly and violent, especially toward something that had caused difficult or anger that had caused difficult or anger. Move forward. To move forward quickly and violent, and especially toward movement, especially toward something that has caused difficult or anger. They all lower its war and charge. But studying or dreaming. The mile or the mile the pregnant watches or cool or 公里我的是。Of particular animals, such as in the elephant or the wild. Can you put it? Okay. Bell. Bull. Good. Bow. They bow low. Lord. To move something into yes. What's move? Bow. Tem isso daí, 品牌吗？名 lower to move something to a lower deep odors and lower the bone is hard and the chart and horn bow. Okay, let's see. Okay. Go. This one, shoot. Okay. Good. Bow. Took. Look. Shoot. Here. Okay. Let's try it. 七四对称方程。Here. Shoot. Bow. 用来代替吗？转化也可以，氧化可以氧化，刷伤，发一个刷伤。Bow. Okay, yeah, hello. And charge. They bow lower. The bow lower it's hard. The bow lower is hard. Its horns and charged the balance. The ball lower its horn charged. Balance. violence. Action or word that is intended or hurts to hurt people. To hurt people. And can you violence. Okay, you have always violence. The violence became an action word that is intended to the violence began when the police charged. Hurt. Extreme. Big. Great. Very much. Charge. Force. Violence. 这怎么理解呢 ？The actions were word that I intended to hurt people. The violence hurt people. Okay. Extremely force. Extreme began when police charge a crowd of demonstrators. Charge. Violence. Charged crowd. Oh. Eh? What? The violence began when police charging demonstrators. City is demonstrator. person show. Person showing. Person who explains how something work, or how to do something, or to do something, do something. Person who a person who explain how something work or how to do something. How it work. Demonstrate. Statement, bank statement. Demonstrator. What is hurt people. Violence, the action, important to say word, the action to hurt. When the police charged a crowd demonstrators they began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. Demonstrators. Okay, I don't understand it. A person who explains how to person show. Demonstrator. A person who explains how something work. The person who explains how something works, or how to do something. A demonstrator was showing customer how to use food. Okay. A person who must understand with a group of people to show that they disagree with the proposed solution. Please around several. Question. Protest. A person who march. A person who must understand with a group of people to show that they disagree with or support something. Okay. The police began when police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The event began when the event began. Okay, I do this. 应该是这里表达意思是 hurt violence， 这里表达应该是一个冲突的关系。Action words that are intended to hurt people. Action word hurt people. When police charged a crowd.
Crow.
哎，这里面为什么写错了？Crowd. I know this. It means crowd. Them stood.
Crow.
Crowd. 什么写错了？啊我。Informal. To hurry. Hurry. 这个为什么是这样的
Hurry.
Hurry. To hurry from one place to another. To hurry. To move. No. To move or do things more quickly than normal, or make someone to do. Right up. Mean. Hurry. Ah. To move or do something more quickly than normal, or to make someone to do this. To hurry from one place to. Okay. I've been charged all day, and I'm like this. Okay, I know this. Extreme and exhausted and charged. I'm being charged. Wow, they get charging. More meaning. So much meaning. And I'm being okay. So he came charging up these stairs. He came charging up these stairs to tell me came charging up the stair. Up. I came charging to stare. They to tell me the good news. Stairs to tell me the good news. Okay, good news. Let me see.今天应该是好题，这只有5、6，这就只有5。Extreme. Okay. Extreme. Some binding area. Stair. They fell asleep. Extremely tired. Exhausted. They fell asleep. By the time they reached summit, they were exhausted. Hurry up. He came charge up this there to tell me the good news. Were explosive. Mango.
Clearly articulated, it has to be messaged, it has to be authentic to who you are, it should be differentiated from what everybody else is offering, and it should resonate with entrepreneurs. The worst strategy you can take is to take a lot of coffee meetings, or say, oh yeah, I'm a good, passive, hands-off person, I won't bother you, and I'm always available to institutions. You could build a brand through your advisors and limited partners, where you have a small fund, and many of the investors and advisors to your fund are, let's say, professors of computer science at major universities. Then entrepreneurs will want you as an investor because you have access to these people who could bring grad students or help technology diligence or solve hard algorithmic problems. You may come from the real estate industry, so all the real estate tech plays want you in because you have a deep understanding of real estate, and your real estate investors, and your real estate contracts, and real estate properties.
You could be the world's expert on helping the startup raise its next round. You can build software for startups like AngelList. I think there's still 5, 10, 100 different things in the world of software to help startups that haven't been done. You can be an expert on raising money from international investors, raising from China or Brazil. You can break into a new market by backing the scientists and the technologists in a new market. You can be a world's expert at scaling. You could build open source tools for startups.
There's extremely little innovation in the venture capital business. It's actually quite easy to stand out. You just have to be willing to do something that other people haven't done before. In other words, you have to be willing to take on accountability and the risk of being wrong.
Do you think someone will try to build a brand around buying common stock from entrepreneurs at some point instead of purchasing preferred stock?
Some people have already done that a little bit, and Andreessen Horowitz started to do that in the sense that they became registered investment advisors so that they can do secondaries. You could argue that's actually a core part of YC's brand. They buy at a very low valuation in that first round, but they used to buy common, so they were completely in the same boat as you. There is no branded firm or angel investor who's writing large checks that is buying common. I think it's a very clever strategy and something that we may yet see happening. And it does have the problem where the company can shut down and keep your money. But there are clever ways around that. Say, okay, I'm buying preferred stock, but after 2 years it converts to common stock. So you're running your company for a while. When you burn through my cash and you raise somebody else's cash, at that point I'm no longer sitting on top of you in a liquidation preference overhang. But at the same time, my money's already been spent, so it's not like you can shut down the company and run off with my money. My original brand started out, strangely enough, growth hacking, where I co-built a Facebook app that got 20 million installs pretty quickly. I used that as my calling card when I was going and talking to entrepreneurs. This was back in the early growth hacking days, before growth hacking had a bad name. A friend told me about Twitter, and I tried it, and I liked the product. At the time, it was all text message based. This is pre-app. I tracked down Evan Williams, and Evan just given back investors a bunch of money for a failed podcasting venture called Audio. He kept Twitter, which was the one thing out of that studio that looked interesting, but still very much a toy. I went to Ev about investing. At that point, his round was done. He had a little bit of allocation left, and he basically was posing the question of, well, why should I let you invest? I got up on the whiteboard and I laid out what little I knew at the time about growth hacking. This was before Andrew Chen blew it open for the world. He did that for about half an hour while he and his deputy watched. And at the end he said, this sounds great, we're not going to do any of it because it's against our ethos, and I respected him for that. But he was impressed enough that I cared and I thought about it, that I got a chance to put him to Twitter, and that was my first major angel investment that worked out.
Are there any new angel investors that you think have done a good job of building a brand recently?
I don't know if they necessarily build a brand to invest, but I think they'll have a brand through their natural activities, and then that will give them the ability to invest. The rest of it, the judgment, the capital, and so on, is still up to them. I think Ryan Hoover has a great brand. His Twitter game is among the best I've seen in the world. He's always community building on Twitter just by the side effect of breathing. He's going to have a good brand as an angel investor, especially into consumerish things. Another good brand is Patrick Friedman. He's basically investing in startup countries and sovereign individual projects. It's a unique enough thesis, a unique enough angle that all the libertarian types and all the free state types are going to flock to him. Just by being the first one to put down a stake in the ground saying, I'm going to fund these kinds of activities, means you'll get to see all of the limited deal flow in that space. And at the same time, there are lots of other projects, especially in crypto, that aren't necessarily about starting a free state, but they overlap, and the people who start those companies have sympathies towards free state projects and are themselves sovereign individuals. These are people who signed the petitions to free Ross Ulbricht and Julian Assange and so on, and I'm one of them, by the way. So they're going to be naturally inclined towards letting him invest.
There's probably some ways to build a brand that are going to get you stuck in ways that you don't want to be. For example, you don't want to build a brand around just a specific market thesis, right?
You don't want to have a brand around the transition from X technology to Y technology, because when that transition is complete, so is your brand. You also don't want to have too narrow of a brand, or a brand in a space that doesn't materialize. If you have a clean tech brand that's focused entirely on solar, and solar doesn't arrive on schedule, then your entire area of expertise is shot. When you're first starting out, because of your expertise in your network and because you want to raise capital, there's a pressure to specialize. But if you look at the top VC firms, they're actually rarely specialists. They're usually generalists. And even when they specialize, they'll specialize in being weird. Like Founders Fund, they specialize in a lot of deep tech deals and weird deals, but they don't specialize further than that. They don't say we're SynBio only, or we're AI and machine learning only. You have to resist that urge because very often these trends don't materialize. I'm old enough to remember when clean tech was a wave that cost Kleiner Perkins a lot of money. or when Java was a wave that cost investors a lot of money because those never turned out to be massive markets or took a lot longer than people expected. You could argue clean tech, if you got in Tesla or SpaceX, that forgave everything, but also means if you didn't get into Tesla or SpaceX, if you weren't in the Elon Musk mafia and you were in clean tech, you missed everything. So you don't want to be too narrow. At the same time, if you're too broad, then it's hard to stand out. Then you're back to, I'm a good person who does coffee well, let me invest. It's better to build a brand around your unique capabilities and your unique platforms and assets, but not around verticals. The best deals tend to come out of your network. There tends to be people that you've known and trusted for a long time. That's notoriously difficult to invest in one of Elon Musk's companies. Even in very high priced rounds, trying to get into a SpaceX or into a Neuralink is nearly impossible because all the people that Elon has made money for in the past all swoop in, get first rights, and they always take up the full allocation. If you're getting invited to one of Elon's rounds and you've never met him and you've never made money with him before, you almost have to wonder if he's run out of all the other friends that he had. The urge to go out and hunt for deals will actually lower your returns. Some of the best angel investors make their early wins by investing in people and spaces that they know really well, that are tightly and closely with their network. And it's only when your network is exhausted, but now in exchange you have a reputation and you have more capital because you've made some money and been successful investing in your network, that it makes sense to start branching out. Because now you have reputation, capital, and know-how. Without those, it's very dangerous to start going investing in spaces that you don't know, in people that you don't know, and most dangerously, into deals you're invited into by strangers. Because you can bet that if they're inviting in a stranger, they've already exhausted their network of close allies and comrades.
Do you still think there's an opportunity to build a brand at the pre-seed stage before the accelerators or simultaneous with accelerators?
Accelerators exist to give advice on how to start a company and scale. The accelerator round isn't really there because they're giving you the capital. They're not giving you that much, but they're giving you important know-how, how to put your company together, how to recruit, how to rev your idea, when is it ready for investors, how to get your MVP out there, how to measure customer growth, how to approach the first customers and all of that. The training wheels until you're ready to go raise money. And the truth is, an angel investor can do this, they just have to put in the time. And actually, this is the best place to play because the valuations at the so-called seed ranges are where A round used to be. If you want good valuations and the best deal flow, the best way is to create it yourself by allying with entrepreneurs early on, becoming their shadow business co-founder. Technical entrepreneurs today, builders, when they start out, they often have to give up half or 2/3 of their company to a seller to put the company together for them and raise the money. You can be that shadow partner. You could help them put the company together. You could put in the first little bit of money. You might even be able to get common equity in addition to your investment or favorable investment terms. And then you can help them recruit the seller later on for 5 or 10% of the company as opposed to 50% of the company.
If you're investing at the pre-seed stage, you can back great teams, you can set the terms that you want, and you can get pro rata rights.
Pro rata rights are the ability to invest in later rounds. Let's say that you own 5% of a company through your original investment. That means every round they raise in the future, your pro rata right would give you the right to invest another 5% of that round. Even though you already owned a lot to begin with, and you may not care as much about the dilution, the cash-on-cash returns for later investments tend to be much better because the amount of money you can put in might be $30 million instead of $3,000. Once the company is more proven, limited partners and big funds will fight for pro rata rounds and pay you carry and pay you management fees to invest that pro rata for them. And you're not waiting 10 years for liquidity. The later rounds might only be 2 years away from liquidity. So pro rata can be quite valuable. It also keeps you more plugged into the company. You keep a closer relationship with the management team. They have to let you know what's going on. And if there's a down round or a washout round, it lets you have more senior stock that can at least protect some of your holdings in a wipeout scenario.
Hey, this is Nivi. As you might know, Naval and I have another podcast called Spearhead where we discuss angel investing. A few months ago, I collected all the short little Spearhead episodes and published them here in one big episode. That was part 1 of the theory of angel investing. What you're listening to now is part 2. If you want to subscribe to Spearhead, you can go to spearhead.co. I'll also put a link in the show notes. All right, here we go. We've spent the last few episodes talking about why you should be angel investing. We talked about how to get your own proprietary deal flow, and the short answer on that was build a brand. Now we're going to talk about judgment, how important is it, how to develop it.
Long-term judgment is absolutely critical because without judgment, you'll end up with a bad portfolio. You won't have other investors backing you. You'll lose your money, and your brand will suffer. But entrepreneurs won't want to be associated with bad judgment.
Okay.
At the end of the day, judgment is actually the single most important thing. It's more important than access to deals. It's more important than access to capital. The problem with judgment is everybody thinks they already have it. So your own judgment is subject to your own judgment. If you have poor judgment, then you won't know you have poor judgment. This is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's also common sense. People who are not that intelligent usually don't know they're not that intelligent. Some of it being an ego defense mechanism, some of it just being intrinsic to the nature of judgment and intelligence. So you don't know if you have good judgment or not. Furthermore, you may have good judgment in certain areas, certain verticals, or you might have good people judgment, but you may not have good market judgment. The only way to tell if you have good judgment is to look over a very long period of time, and unfortunately in early stage investing it takes 5 to 15 years to figure out if you have good judgment. The first thing to do is to be very honest about where your judgment is and calibrating it. And then there's a longer term plan we can work on to improve our judgment. Step 1 will be calibrate judgment, step 2 will be improve judgment. Does judgment really matter? At the seed stage, it does matter, but it's much more about people judgment and product and market potential than being able to size up a cash flow stream, cost customer acquisition, or virality metrics, because you don't have that much data. As your judgment is lower, not because of some failing on your part, just because you don't have enough data, then you need a more diversified portfolio. In some sense, diversification is a hedge against a lack of knowledge. The less knowledge you have, the more you're going to diversify. At Warren Buffett's level, where you can examine an existing company that's been around for 20 years in great detail, you don't need to have a lot of judgment, you need to have a lot of diligence. Yes, judgment still applies, but you can pick one deal after having done lots of diligence on a whole bunch. At a seed stage startup, you have very little data. You may just be looking at other people's judgment around you. And this is why social proof plays such a big role. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to build a portfolio in early stage investing because nobody has enough data to have very high conviction or foolproof judgment early on. Parker Thompson, who had the startup L. Jackson handle on Twitter, had a funny quote, and I think he was quoting somebody else on Twitter, where he said, "Everyone who invests after me is a spreadsheet jockey, and everyone who invests before me is a dart-throwing monkey." I thought that was very appropriate. It is the tendency to look at people who come before you as making wild guesses. That's what seed investors look like to later stage investors, and later stage investors look like spreadsheet jockeys to early stage investors. But they're just applying different levels of judgment, different kinds of judgment, because they have different data available to them, and they're going to then have different size portfolios and conviction because of the judgment they can and cannot apply.
How important is judgment given the amount of luck involved at the seed stage?
Investing at the seed stage is like playing the lottery, except that you can use your access and judgment to get one or two of the winning numbers in advance, which increases the odds, but you still need a portfolio effect. The better your judgment, the more numbers you know in advance. So it's absolutely still worth cultivating and honing judgment. This is a long-term game that will be played out over dozens and eventually hundreds of investments.
How much time do I really have to apply my judgment given how quickly deals move? Aren't I going to miss out on a deal if I take time to really think things through?
Judgment isn't necessarily diligence or even thinking. Judgment is all the preparation you did. So when the deal arrives, your subconscious can process it very quickly. I don't think the best judgment for early stage investing is done through extensive due diligence. Yes, it's smart to check references, talk to other people in the space and think it through, but we're talking about something that takes days, not weeks. Over time, you will build up your gut instinct enough that you'll need less and less data to make an assessment. You'll know if a founder is speaking such a way that they're credible. You know if the network that they come through means that you don't have to reference check as much. You will already have established how customers in the space think and behave, so you'll have your own gut feel for what's really possible to sell them. A lot of startups are now trained, especially by accelerators, to run a very tight, fast fundraising process. They can pressure you hard to make a decision. The better investors are absolutely immune to that FOMO effect. If you push them hard, even on a really hot deal, and say you have to decide within 48 hours, they'll always say, well, I don't decide within 48 hours, so it's not a fit for me. Done. Finished. They'll not look at it. FOMO works on many investors up to a point, but it will not work beyond a certain point on the absolute best investors. I have had to institute a 24-hour cooling off period rule for myself, which is even after I decide to invest, I force myself to wait 24 hours.
Is judgment overrated at the seed stage? Don't a lot of companies do soft and hard pivots?
Even when there's a pivot, the judgment about the people matters. And a pivot is really defined as keeping one leg in place and moving the other one around. It's not a jump. It's not a leap into a completely different industry. Oftentimes when there are pivots, they're into adjacent spaces, but you're still operating within the broader market. You will then overweight your team and execution evaluation and overweight that the market that they're operating in has enough room to pivot around, and maybe underweight the exact product approach. The valuation has to reflect the company might go through some pivots, and the company's cash burn and cash planning has to reflect that it might go through some pivots. So again, judgment applies.
How is an investor supposed to know which companies to invest in, given how much they can do a soft pivot or what I'm calling a hard pivot, which is same team but completely different market? Twitter originally started off as Odeo, Instagram started off as Bourbon, Slack was Glitch, Uber started off with just black cars, Lyft was Zenride.
I would argue that Uber's movement from black rides into shared rides wasn't really even a pivot, it was just an extension. Zimride's movement from long-range shared rides to short-range shared rides was also an extension and a very brilliant innovation on their part, so it wasn't much of a pivot. Odeo to Twitter was a pivot, but it was a pivot from podcasting to microblogging from a person who had popularized blogging as we know it at Williams. So it was really a bet on a great individual staying very much within their space. It was a pivot, but it wasn't a jump. Bourbon to Instagram was barely a pivot. I'm not even sure I'd call it that, more of a step. If you look at Genie to Yammer, that was a jump, but that was David Sachs, who was one of the greatest product designers we've ever seen in the technology space. He was the founder of PayPal. He pivoted Genie into Yammer. He ran Zenefits, and he's been an incredible investor early on in some of the greatest hits that are out there. That was a David bet, like an Elon Musk bet, and the people who bet on David would bet on him again all day long. Another big jump was Glitch, which was a game company, to Slack. That was Stuart Butterfield. Even Flickr, his previous hit, had also been a jump of sorts. That's a case that I think was very unpredictable. People who invested in this gaming company invested in Stuart and just hoped for the best, and Stuart delivered. But for every one of those, there's 10 failures. When you want to develop your judgment, the first step is to calibrate it. Do I have good judgment or not? Obviously, it would be great if you could just look at the data and say, was I correct? But you won't know that for 10 years, 15 years. And by that time, the industry will have changed. You may have been correct for the way the industry was 10 years ago, but this is an industry that evolves and adapts very quickly. Another way to do it is you can look at intermediate markups, where Sequoia or Andreessen or Benchmark or whoever are marking up your rounds, and they're coming in after you and paying higher prices. That's an interesting metric, although there it's really your taste in what other tastemakers like. It's a Keynesian beauty contest where each judge is being rewarded based on what the judge in the next round thinks. You're becoming a good arbiter of future taste. This does have some value because if you're good at predicting what the VCs are going to fund, then your companies will get funded, and through the funding, they're likely to have some competitive advantage and to win. But this won't help you when Bitcoin is first starting up and it's incredibly strange and nobody understands it, and there's no subsequent round of VC funding to bet on. You just have to make the decision yourself. That kind of judgment is a people proxy mechanism. It's not really a way to build and calibrate your own judgment. When you invest, you can also look at what other investors are coming into the same round, but right behind you. If they're coming in front of you, then it's not a good proxy for your judgment because you're probably keying off of them. But if you invest in a round and then good investors who have proven good judgment pile into the round after you, then that is a reasonable indication of your judgment. Finally, you can just ask people. Don't ask them if you have good judgment or not, because they'll always tell you that you have good judgment if they're polite. But ask them where your weaknesses are. Of course, only ask this of people who themselves have good judgment. I find that people who have good judgment in all aspects of life. Judgment is an ability to be humble, think critically, be well-read, have a broad range of ideas, hold conflicting ideas and opinions in your head, to have a relatively low ego so you don't get too attached to your earlier decisions, and be constantly questioning yourself, preferably have scientific training or a technical background, have worked in an industry where you have to deal with the real world consequential feedback and not just what other people think of you, and the willingness to be unpopular. Clear thinkers think from the ground up, and they use first principles in a lot of their reasoning, so they end up relying on their own authority. Things that will lead to poor judgment over time are groupthink, over-socialization of judgment, picking things that you know are going to be politically or socially popular. Lots of people lose money in this business, chasing things that they wish were true as opposed to what actually turns out to be true. The PayPal mafia is famous for being very insular. They all have good judgment, they're all strange, they're all very politically incorrect. Many of them are extremely unpopular, and they're not afraid to hold unpopular viewpoints, but they really respect and value each other's insights and judgment. Whatever people say about Peter Thiel, no one wants to go head-to-head in a debate with him, because he's brilliant, and he's contrarian, and he's a first principles thinker from the ground up. If you surround yourself with people who are brilliant, contrarian, first principles thinkers over your career, you will develop extremely good judgment. You may not end up being very popular, however.
Do great deals even look that normal when they're first getting started?
It's the nature of the industry that you want to be non-consensus right. In other words, you want to be right when everybody else is wrong. If you're right when everybody else is right, you won't make enough of a return. And of course, if you're wrong, then you're not going to make any return. So the best deals are either weird, or socially unacceptable, or not normally considered part of venture, or look far too niche to be interesting, or are brought in by a founder that doesn't fit the normal founder mold, or in a geographic location that doesn't fit the normal geographic mold, or have some cap table problem. But the best deals always have something broken, strange, or different about them. That doesn't mean you're going to make the best investments if you only invest in weird deals. This is a little bit like that old saying that there's a very fine line between a genius and a madman. Both seem like crazy people from the outside until after they're validated. And 1 out of 100 turns out to be a genius, and 99 out of 100 turn out to be crazy. You have to be iconoclastic enough yourself to recognize the genius founders without being so low in judgment or being so strange that you're letting in all the crazy ones too. One could argue that the way portfolios are constructed, you're better off investing in a lot of crazy deals than you are in a lot of decent looking deals. To give a recent example, there's a fund started by Patrick Friedman called Promenade.
Okay.
Patrick is going out there and investing in experiments in governance, new city-states or even new towns or localities, how people are taking local government into their own hands or doing experiments in governance. This seems impossibly difficult to do. The history with seasteading in Honduras doesn't look that great, but all you have to do is stumble into the next Singapore or Hong Kong, whether it's virtual or physical, and you have something that can create trillions of dollars in wealth, plus completely change the way that people live their lives. So that's an example of a fund that is doing very difficult and strange investments. They benefit from two things. One is they're going to have a unique brand. There's nobody else doing that, so everybody knows to go to them. And second, they're going to bet on the kinds of things where the vast majority of their investment are going to be looked upon as mad investments, but the few genius outliers should return huge returns because they're non-consensus investments. Similarly, Founders Fund and Steve Jurvetson build their brands on being willing to fund weird things long before anybody else. With every deal, you can give it one fatal flaw. One thing that some established traditional venture capitalists will look at and use that as an excuse to not fund the deal. But if there's more than one, then you have to worry. Startups are rewarded for innovating on something new. If they're trying to innovate on things that already exist and work, such as team structure or founder mentality or those kinds of things, they're just taking on additional risk. You have to use your judgment to figure out where they can break the rules and where they have to follow the rules. A startup that follows all the rules is unlikely to be interesting. A startup who breaks all the rules is not going to get anywhere because they have to spend time reinventing everything from scratch. Uber, when it first came along, was strange because at the time, VCs did not invest in offline industries. It was considered the taxi business. Yes, there's an app stitching it all together, but looks like the app is 5% of it, 95% of it is people in cars driving around. And they were correct, but the question is how much that leverage can accrue to the person who owns the app, and how much they can expand the market because of the app by creating new products and bringing on new users and creating convenience. Google was strange because everyone thought the search wars had already been won by the time Google showed up. It really helps to understand technology, to understand which rules to break. The best position to be in as an investor is when somebody shows up and the technology is too difficult for other people to calibrate or understand, so therefore they pass on it because they don't think the technology is feasible, but you have enough technical insight that you know that it is feasible. Then you just have to make sure that you can get it funded to the point where it's obvious to everybody. The value there comes in breaking a rule that you know is not really a rule to be broken, but everybody else thinks it is. It's very easy to overestimate your own judgment. It's perfectly okay to say, I don't know. Most of the times, your
Okay, next. Expose. Cái điều này Expose X 숫자도 뭐라듯이 Expose靠知道还真是不行。Exploding, boom, burst, exploding were able to explode. Exploding were able to explode easily. Exploding were able to explode easily. Highly explode. Eh? Oh. This probability to explode burst. Were no than sudden explosion. Highly explosive third certain cases are highly explosive device explosive was found at one. 那的。Person 并不太影响。Exploding were able to explode easily. Highly explosive sort gases are highly explosive device was found at one of the capital's station this one. It is rocked and sudden like an explosion. Okay. Work note explosive. Like bomb. What is different? Emotion increase. Explosive increase is very magic. Another an explosive situation or emotion is one in which strong feelings are loudly or violent expressed. An explosive situation or emotion is one in which strong feelings strong feelings are not loudly or violent expressed. Exploding. Exploding or to exploding process. Break up, explode. To break up into pieces, violent. To break up or to cut something. to cause something, or to cause something to do this, to break up into pieces violently, or to cause something to do this, or bomb explode, to break up, break apart. Oh, what's the meaning of this? A bomb exploded. Okay, let me try. Break apart. To break up into pieces violently, or to cause something to do this, or to cause something to do this. I've been charged. Okay, now this. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. He was charged. Okay. Water. To put enough to fire it once. Water. Often passive.我觉得那个是现在上面passive. Grammar. Order. Passive behavior, not acting to influence or change a situation, allowing other people to be in control. Allowing other people to be in control. Not acting. Influence to change. Not acting to influence change. or situation. The power to have an effect on people or a person or thing that is able to do this. The power to have an effect. The power to have effect on people or things. The power or a person or thing, or a person or thing that is able to do this, or a person or thing that is that is able to do this. That is able to do this. The power to have an effect on people worth or a person worth that is able to do this. The power to have an effect on people worth or a person worth that is able to do this. What's the meaning of influence? I say. Influence. Attention. Influence. Influence. What's else? Influence. Extremity. Treatment. Complete check. Yeah. For crap. Yes. Responsible for losing in the river in case obligation demand just government. 很熟的，去哪里了 ？Okay. The benefits feeling and the influence. How you think behave. The benefits. Okay. The power to behave. For a person that is built to this. Okay, influence. Yeah. He charged He charted anywhere from passive, allowing the other people, not acting to influence or change a situation, allowing other people to be in control, is verb passive. He was charged often passive. To order format. To order someone to do something. To order someone to do something. He was charged with taking care of the premises. Request make something for the girl. Order. To order someone to something. To something. He was charged. Take care of. He was charged with taking care of the premises.
Premises.
The land and buildings are not. The land and buildings are not by someone, especially by a company or organization. The land and buildings are not owned by someone. The land and buildings are owned by someone, especially by a company and or organization. The company is the land and buildings are owned by someone, especially by a company or organization. Premises. Take care of the premises. The land and buildings. Purpose. Friends. The power to have act or a person or a person worth than that is able to be premises. The land and building owned by someone, especially by a company or organization. He was charged with taking things. 应该说围观者 audience。Business premises. Business premises. Business premises. Business premises. Hey, to order someone to do it. He was charged. We take care of the premises. 商业楼吧，这是。对。He was charged with taking care of the premises. The land and building owned by someone, especially by someone company or organization. The county is 不对，这个解释不对，要 house or other premises， 这个不对，你先看一个不一样 premises。Friends. In order to some premises, especially by a company or organization. 商业的，应该说商业的。The land,土地。The land and building. So he was to order someone. Can I have a door? Can I have order? Order some premises. Yeah, I know this. Accused forming to make a formal statement saying that someone is premise. Wait. Once. Influence, the power to have an effect on people or person or or personal, that is premises. Request. I request you to make supply or deliver food or goods. Can I take an order now? Can I take your? Can I say the waitress? I would like to place an order for a large ping table. I would like to place an order for a large ping table. A product. A product. A product or a mail that has been asked for. Okay, you need order. Agreement. The way in which people or things are arranged either in relation to one another. Or according to a particular characteristic. Something that someone tells you must instruction. Something that someone tells you. 喂，你好。可以，你放空课就行了。Something that someone tells you you must do. Something that someone tells you you must do. Okay. 음, 좀 주면에서 전체에서 많죠.
It should be I don't know. There's only a few times where you should say I have conviction. And even there, you want to be very careful about how much conviction you have. At the seed stage, if you are putting a lot of money into one company and very little into another company, that begs the question, do you really have conviction in the one? Or do you just have a lot of access in one deal and therefore you're putting in more capital there? Generally, the better the deal, the less access you're going to have. If you end up putting a lot of money into a few deals and then very little money into many other deals, you'll find that your winners tend to come disproportionately out of the deals where you have very little money, which hurts your portfolio return. Once you have conviction, always try to get your standard bite size into that deal. If a deal has too much space for you, then that either means you should be investing more in the other deals, or you should be investing less in this one, or you should be getting rewarded through a lower valuation because you're creating the signal that the company is actually going to use to raise the bulk of the money. Anyone in this business who's chasing hot markets gets killed. There was a time when consumer social was the hot market. If you started investing in seed stage when that market was hot, by the time your companies matured, that market was done. Same way, once it became obvious what Uber was and was winning, if you started investing in the masses of food delivery companies that showed up, numbers 5 through 50, and there were a lot of them, you lost your money. Today, SaaS is the proven moneymaker and very hot. Let's see how it plays out. Probably 5-10 years from now, when your current seed stage SaaS investments hit the market, you'll find the returns are a lot lower. It's good to be at the beginning of a market, not the tail end of a market. By the time there are conferences about it and TechCrunch is writing about it, it's probably a little late. Same with crypto. If you got in 2017, you were actually at the tail end of the market. The early side of the market was in 2009 to 2015. One common trap, especially for former entrepreneurs, is you'll look at a company, you won't really listen to the founder pitching it. Rather, you'll be fantasizing about all the things that you could do with this company. And you'll be taught the painful lesson that no, it's actually not you who's running the company, it's the entrepreneur running the company. It's important to listen very carefully and take the founder at their word as to what they're saying and what they want to do, and not get caught up in this idea that somebody else is going to run the company. This is the exact opposite of value investing. Buffett says, invest in a company that even a fool can run, because eventually a fool will run the company. That's not the case with startups. Almost all the value creation happens while the founder is intimately involved in most of these companies. So you're betting on the founder. If you bet on a founder that you're not that excited about with a market or product that you are excited about, the founder will often fumble the company, or often you will have just invested in this company and then a competitor will come along with a much better founder, and now you're blocked out or conflicted out from investing in the new company, or the new founder doesn't even want to talk to you because they know you invested in the competitor. There are multiple ways to build judgment. The timeless kind of judgment, good decision making and sizing people up, a lot of that comes through experience or reading great works and books that intersect science, business, philosophy, and cover how very smart people think, building up so-called mental models, understanding microeconomics, game theory, etc. Within a field, you can build specific knowledge that's timely. The way to do that is to dive into that field and learn everything as quickly as possible. You're not going to become a great tech investor by reading TechCrunch or Bloomberg News. You're going to have to go to the source, and the source is often research papers. You have to genuinely enjoy the act of learning science and technology. Technology is applied science, so you shouldn't hesitate to read scientific papers, brush up on your mathematics, and make sure you understand what's going on in the scientific journals. Similarly, you can start out by investing in the smartest scientists in the space, knowing that even if they don't necessarily make you money, these are the people that will perform due diligence for you, and perhaps you'll make them advisors to your fund, or give them a small piece, or let them co-invest if they have the means. They'll actually validate and calibrate things for you, and they will also send the best scientists your way. For example, early on when I was investing into cryptocurrency companies, I became friends with Zuko Wilcox-Hearn, who started Zcash, and Juan Benet, who started Filecoin, and Ryan Shea and Munib Ali, who started Blockstack, and also Eli Ben Sassoon and Andrew Miller, Bram Cohen, creator of BitTorrent. These became my go-to people for vetting and validating deals. They would tell me which technologies were real and which ones weren't, and which scientists were credible and which ones weren't. Being surrounded by good technologists and scientists is a secret weapon, because you'll get referred in through their networks, and these people tend to be no bullshit. They'll tell you exactly what they think of a new technology. You do have to use your own judgment to calibrate when they are being unnecessarily negative, or when they're being jealous, because it's just human nature. But usually very technical people tend to be extremely objective, because they're used to corresponding with the real world and scientific results, and not necessarily with other people who are more influenced by subjectivity. If you can find a group of painfully honest and distinguished scientists and technologists to connect with, that will be a secret weapon throughout your investing career.
Why don't we break down judgment and talk about how it applies to investing in teams, evaluating the product and the market, looking at their traction, and also evaluating any social proof around the deal. So we're going to break up judgment into team, product and market, traction, and social proof.
This is a technology business, and you want to be investing in technology teams. That means every great team is highly likely to have a great technologist as part of the core founding team, if not as the most important member. That person has to be sufficiently compensated and motivated and has to have their name and accountability involved in the project. If that strong technical person isn't there, either you're not investing in a tech business or that function has been outsourced and the company doesn't consider it core, which is not just a yellow flag, it is a red flag. It's not to say you can't make money investing in non-tech businesses, things like Dollar Shave Club, but I don't consider these to be technology companies. There are plenty of great non-technology investments. Chipotle is an example of a great non-technology investment, but that's not what we're talking about here. So you want to invest in great technical teams. People who aren't highly technical but on the founding team should be incredibly good at selling. If you're not building something, you're selling it. And you're not necessarily selling the product to the end users, although that's the common case. You're also selling to investors to raise money, and you're selling to potential employees to recruit them. So there's building and there's selling. There is a potential third kind of character who can be incredibly useful, and that is a community builder. But a community builder is actually just a seller. They're good at mass sales instead of one-on-one sales. Great community builders are incredibly rare. They're probably the rarest thing right now. They're very high leverage, but they're extremely difficult to find. Everyone claims that they're good at it, but you want to see the results. If they haven't already built a great community, then you have no evidence that they are a great community builder. I use the Warren Buffett three-part test of who you want to work with
And the results, but the results aren't huge because they're not betting on a market insight.
That's a very deep point and a good way of summarizing it. First-time founders take on market risk and create new markets as a result, or own entire markets. And repeat founders take on execution risk. And then there's some blends. For example, when you're developing a new technology, that technology can create a new market. It requires deep expertise, tends to favor first-time founders in that regard. But technological development also requires raising lots of money and addressing things like manufacturability and distribution of brand new things, and sometimes that takes a repeat founder's resources. There's a sweet spot which sometimes shows up, which is a repeat founder who had a success before, but not so large that they lost the first-time founder mentalities. For example, let's say that you have a team of people that was building robots, and they failed because they were too early. They made a really good attempt at it, they had very little money, they couldn't really get over the hurdle, and the market wasn't quite ready. If you see that team come back, and they still want to build robots, but now they say the timing is right, they brought on a few younger people who have access to the new technology, now they can raise more money, and they've got a big chip on their shoulder, and they're determined to prove that this space can work, those kinds of bets can be very interesting. All right, welcome everybody back to the podcast. We have with us Haseeb Qureshi, who's a partner at Dragonfly. Haseeb and I used to work together back when I was more active in crypto land. And Vitalik is, of course, a polymath and genius, although he may bristle at that description, who created Ethereum, which was the first smart contract blockchain to gain any volume and change the face of blockchain computing as we know it. Haseeb, do you want to give us a quick one-paragraph background on yourself?
So I'm a software engineer by background. I'm now an investor. I run Dragonfly Capital, which is a global crypto fund. We only invest in crypto. I've been doing this for a little bit over 4 years now. It's funny because when I first got into crypto, I remember I was actually at IC3, this academic crypto conference. I just left my job at Airbnb as a software engineer. And I met Vitalik for the first time, and I asked you, what do you think is the most important problem to solve in crypto? At the time, your answer was something about wallets. And you were like, I think it's important to build more wallets. And at that time, I had a vague understanding of what that meant to build wallets. But that was what triggered my dive down the rabbit hole of Ethereum. And I remember in the very early days, when I was first really diving deep into crypto, I remember coming away with a very strong feeling after that IC3 conference that Bitcoin was going to die. And the reason why I thought Bitcoin was going to die is I was like, look at the obvious massive delta in the intellectual energy and character of what's going on in the Ethereum world, which is everything that I saw at IC3, versus what I saw in the Bitcoin world, which was a whole lot of religious anger and fervor and not a whole lot of innovation. And I turned out to have a very simplistic understanding at that time, but that was how I first got into crypto full time, through that small interaction that you and I had that time.
And you also have a background as a poker player, if I remember correctly.
That is also correct. In a former life, before I got into the technology world, I used to be a professional poker player for about 5 years.
There's a strangely large number of us who were either in Magic the Gathering or in poker before we got into crypto.
Or World of Warcraft.
Maybe it's just geeks and gamers.
Everything is bigger than that. I had this theory that you and I have talked about before. Every generation, there is some hustle that if you're really smart, very aggressive and looking for edges and not afraid of looking weird, there are ways to get ahead early or to make a lot of money in a way that's not obvious to most people, and it's making it slightly subversive. It's the kind of thing your parents would raise their eyebrows if you were spending a lot of time on. In my day, that was poker. There's a time when it became fantasy sports, and it became crypto, then it became DeFi and liquidity mining, then it became NFT trading. 2 years from now, there'll be something else when NFTs are very professionalized and there's not that much alpha to be made trading NFTs. There'll be something else that young, really hungry people who are not afraid of looking dumb are going to be doing to make a lot of money.
Vitalik, you want to give us a quick background?
Born in Russia, moves to Canada when he was 6. At the time, I had already been doing a lot of math, a lot of programming, and I had been halfway through high school. And I came upon this interesting Bitcoin thing. It fascinated me immediately because of how it combines together all of my interests at the time. Bitcoin has the mathematical aspects, it has the cryptography, it has the computer science, the code, it's all open source software. I had been very into open source software at the time. And then also there's these economic and political aspects. I had been following Austrian economics a little already, and then Bitcoin just hit all of those buttons. I started trying my best to join the Bitcoin community. I started scouring through the Bitcoin forums, looking for jobs that would pay me in Bitcoin, because I figured the point of Bitcoin is that you're supposed to earn it. I found someone willing to pay me 5 Bitcoins, which back then was $4 per article, to write articles for his blog. I did this for a few months, then eventually a poker player from Romania named Mihail Isia reached out to me and said that he was starting a Bitcoin magazine and wanted me to be the first writer. I immediately agreed, and I became the first writer for Bitcoin magazine. I kept doing that for about 2 weeks, started doing more and more Bitcoin-related writing, learning about Bitcoin, eventually more programming-related projects. Did some work for a colored coins library called Bitcoin X, and started getting deeper and deeper into the space. Then in mid-2013, I decided that I would go on this Bitcoin trip, take half a year off of university, and go around the world, visit all of the Bitcoin communities I could, understand the communities, see what everyone is up to. Eventually, after a few months of this, I came upon these people that were trying to take the blockchain and extend it to do things other than cryptocurrency. So there was this project called Covered Coins that had existed for a long time, which was trying to use the blockchain as this database layer to issue other kinds of assets on top. So you could issue shares on the blockchain, you could issue digital dollars on the blockchain. And there was a project called Mastercoin that was trying to extend that even further to create a full financial system, do what we call DeFi today, but this very early version of that. And after I spent enough time in these circles, I eventually had my own idea for how to create a more general purpose version of all of these ideas. Instead of a blockchain for one application, a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And that's where Ethereum came from.
So Ethereum is a blockchain on which you can build any application, and Bitcoin is obviously limited to trying to be new money or a new reserve currency, or nowadays some people say digital gold. So you were the original creator along with a team who coded it up and you released it. How old were you when you did that?
19.
And how long had you been in computers at that point? When did you first start programming?
I think I started programming when I was around 10 or so.
And were you mostly self-taught, or did you go to school for this? What's the secret here, besides the obvious genetics?
I just grew up programming video games for myself to play. So I would make a video game, play it until I got tired, then make another video game, and then play it until I got tired. And that's pretty much how I learned all the way up until high school.
Did your parents do anything, or did the environment do anything uniquely to foster your development in programming?
My parents did buy me a lot of programming books. They did find some programming classes for me and some math classes as well. So they were definitely very supportive.
And were you in the gifted program, or just the normal public school system, or private school?
I was in the gifted program or the public school up until grade 8. And then for high school, my parents moved me over to a private school. And I found the private school to be a much better experience.
were most of your collaboration colleagues met online, or was there a physical place that you were at where they were all hanging out and you stumbled into them?
Pretty much entirely online. The Bitcoin world lived on a forum. Unless you were in one of the major cities like New York or San Francisco, where that had a community which started almost from the beginning. So Bitcoin Magazine was a fully remote company from day one. Bitcoin Weekly, the blog before Bitcoin Magazine, also fully remote from day one.
And to this day, most of your collaborators, you're pretty much spread out all over the world, isn't that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So Ethereum came out to the world in 2014, I think if I remember correctly. You'd been developing it for a few years before that. There was a public sale, a lot of people got involved. And then 2017, there was a boom around people building assets on top of Ethereum, different kinds of coins, and then, of course, gaming and NFTs and DeFi and all of those things came along. Let's just go through the evolution of Ethereum. What does Ethereum do at a core level? What does it do well? And today, what does it do poorly? What does it need to get better at?
I think of Ethereum as a general purpose blockchain. So instead of being a blockchain for one application, it's a blockchain that you can build any application on top of. And the way that you do this on Ethereum is you write a piece of code and you create a digital transaction that contains that piece of code and publish it. And when you publish this transaction and that transaction gets included into a block on the blockchain, this creates an object called a contract. And this is a virtual object that the blockchain keeps track of. A contract is an object that contains a piece of code. Now the blockchain has this object that has a piece of code, and that is a little application that the Ethereum blockchain maintains from that point forward. So then anyone after that point can send another transaction that says, I want to talk to this object. So step one, I created a transaction that creates this object. We'll call that object X. Then step two, you want to use my application. So you send a transaction, and in your transaction you say, I want to talk to smart contract X. And here's the little piece of data that says, here's what I want to do with that application. When that transaction gets included in a block, the piece of code that I first published runs, taking as input the data from your transaction and interprets it in whatever way it wants. So we can make this more concrete with an example, right? So let's say I have a company and I want to issue shares on the blockchain. I am going to create a transaction that contains a program. And the rules of that program are going to say, well, what can you do with shares? We'll just say you can transfer your shares to someone else and you can vote, right? So the program is going to interpret any data that it sees either as an instruction to transfer your shares to someone else or as an instruction to make a vote. I publish this transaction that initializes the whole thing, and as part of that transaction I might say Naval has 50 shares, Haseeb has 100 shares, and I have 25 shares. So now there is this thing on the blockchain, and it has a piece of code, and it has its own little memory that says I have 25, Haseeb has 100, and Naval has 50. So then Naval is feeling generous and wants to give half his shares to me. So Naval is going to create a transaction, and that transaction is going to have some data. It's going to encode this idea that I, Naval, wants to send 25 of my shares to Vitalik. So you create a transaction that encodes this, send it to the network, it gets included into a block, and then once it gets included, the piece of code runs, and the piece of code sees the transaction and it sees, okay, clearly I have to transfer 25 shares from Naval to Vitalik. Before Naval had 50, I'm going to subtract 25. Now Naval has 25. Before Vitalik had 25, now Vitalik has 50. So I'm going to write down that Vitalik has 50 now. And that's it. The transaction got processed.
Why do all this in the cloud in this very convoluted way, this very complicated blockchain? Why not just use a normal computer? Why not just send an email?
This creates this very transparent public record of what the rules are, and this guarantee that all of the interactions with this application that I created followed the rules. There is no actor that has a backdoor key.
It's a trusted computer in the cloud that each of us can verify all of the activity. We can audit all of it, and we know that nobody cheated. Nobody else moved my funds. I was the one who moved the funds, and everyone can authenticate the code was exactly the code that was supposed to be run. And there are obviously sacrifices for this, right? This is not free.
Exactly. Even I, as the creator of the contract in this example, I do not have the ability to later go in and say, oh, I changed my mind, I'm going to give myself 400 shares. Once I create it and once I publish it, I have no more privileges than anyone else. The application doesn't even have an owner. So that's powerful, right? Completely neutral, completely transparent, visible, treats everyone equally according to what the rules are. Now, what do you sacrifice for this? One big thing that you sacrifice is efficiency. the way that all of these blockchains, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, work is that you have this network of tens of thousands of computers, each of which help to verify the transaction. So when I broadcast this transaction, that transaction goes out to every single computer on the network. And every single computer on the network runs that piece of code. Every single computer on the network verifies it, every single computer on the network processes it.
Parallel computing was I take my code and I split it across 1,000 computers and each one runs 1,000. Now I send it to 1,000 computers and all 1,000 computers run my code.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very different kind of computing. The way to intuitively think about why it makes sense is compare text to audio and video. So right now we're recording a podcast, and the podcast has some audio, podcast has some video. And to see each other on video, there's hundreds of thousands of bytes that are flowing around between us every second. But technically, those hundreds of thousands of bytes, they're not necessary. If you wanted to, we could just do the whole thing over a text conversation. But there are some benefits from us being able to hear each other's voices or see each other's expressions. So there's already lots of very high overhead computation that people do with their computers. Video is a great example. Audio is a great example. The things that happen in the blockchain are more similar to text, like Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25. It's this extremely simple, extremely efficient stuff. So it is perfectly viable to have many thousands of users and even millions of users' activity all get verified by one single computer, because the blockchain doesn't do everything. The blockchain just does this core business logic, but the core business logic is not actually all that complex.
This is because of the constraints of blockchains. It's a function of the constraints of all the redundancy you have to have when you're on blockchains, that we can only afford to put the Naval minus 25, Vitalik plus 25 on the blockchain. The goal in the long run is that we want to make it so that more and more kinds of low-value computations can also be happening on the blockchain. But right now, out of necessity, only high-value transactions can afford to pay the cost.
So to back up for a second, what you've done is you've built a computer in the cloud, a virtual computer, that's stitched out of thousands or tens of thousands of real computers. And that computer is very inefficient, it's very slow, it's going to move at a very slow speed, so comparing it in throughput to your home computer or to a supercomputer is nonsense, is besides the point. But any piece of code running on this is very trustworthy, and you know it hasn't been hacked, and now you no longer need a government, or you no longer need a single actor in the middle like a Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook to tell you which transactions are valid, which contracts are valid, which programs are valid, and which ones aren't. You've done away with the need for trusted third parties, and you've replaced it with a trusted computer that is being audited, verified, and checked by thousands or tens of thousands of computers. The technological complexity comes in scaling this, making this computer faster, keeping it secure, creating incentives, both economic and technological and game theoretic, to prevent people from hacking it and breaking it, and having an incentive mechanism in there so that people want to add computers to the network, and also having a disincentive mechanism to use the network. You have to pay for it, otherwise you can easily overwhelm it. This giant contraption is Ethereum. People have, of course, come along and created other smart contract blockchains, but even though we call it a smart contract blockchain, it's really a trusted computer in the cloud that can, in theory, run any application, but it trades off performance in exchange for security. And that security can be measured through decentralization, in other words, no single entity can control the computer. It can be measured in terms of how secure is the code, can it be hacked or not, etc., etc. And there's a lot of subtle and beautiful elements that come out of it that are non-obvious, because we're used to thinking of computers as, okay, Facebook runs some computers. These are central computers run by Mark Zuckerberg and crew, and the code is not open. Of course, I'm not entitled to see the code. I'm just a user. I don't own my data. They own the data. It's sitting in that database. And I don't have access to the database to read or write from it. I have to go to Facebook and ask them to read or write from the database. But now you've created a computer where the code is all open. In fact, even the data is open, but some of it's encrypted, some of it's not. Some data anyone has access to see. Some data you actually need to have your decryption key to get access to. And anyone can read or write from it if they have the proper permissions. This is a mind-blowingly crazy concept. It is a truly shared database with no owner and permissions at a very granular user level, where the users actually own the data. And in fact, the users own the network that's now run by this database. So if someone built the next Facebook application on top of Ethereum, they could engineer it in such a way that the users actually own that application. This is the remarkable achievement underlying Ethereum, and it's hard to encapsulate in a few words, but one way that I tried to do it was I said, smart contracts are castles made of math, freely trading with each other. Castles, these are impregnable, encryption is very strong and creates a strong defense, but they're made out of mathematics, very much like the video games that you were programming in your youth. These are constructs put together by anyone, anonymously or pseudonymously around the world, and they're engaging in free trade with each other, where the owner of each castle is deciding what trade happens with somebody else. Now, there are obviously substantial limitations to this. So let's talk about the limitations. We've already talked about how this computer network is going to move at the speed of roughly one computer, at least until we get to some of the ways to scale it and to grow it. But what are other limitations of this network? Can you give us some concrete applications of what it's good for and where you wouldn't use it?
So aside from scaling, the other big performance limit on it is the latency. So when I send a transaction, I have to wait maybe about half a minute for the transaction to get included and to get a confirmation back. Now, in the future, this is going to get somewhat more efficient. Maybe like 10 or 12 seconds is going to be realistic soon. But this isn't a real-time thing that you would stick real-time video game logic onto, for example. You could use it for payments, but you probably don't want to use it for things that are more real-time than payments need to be. That's one limitation. Another limitation is the transparency properties. This probably is one of those places where we might have to get into some of the cryptography weeds. But basically, the blockchain by itself is fully transparent, right? Everyone can see everything that's going on. If we go back to the example and we issue the shares of this company on the blockchain, then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, everyone in the world is going to be able to see that. Now, there might be some cases where that's totally fine, but there might be some cases where you want some privacy. And this is one of those areas where you often can get privacy and security at the same time. There's this extra cryptographic math. I don't need to get into it in depth, but it's worth saying the name. It's zero-knowledge proofs. The way that I describe zero-knowledge proofs are that it's a way of proving something about a piece of information without revealing that piece of information. Let's say we're going to have the same application, the shares of my company on the blockchain, except instead of the blockchain recording the numbers 25, 50, and 100, the blockchain is going to record an encrypted version of 25, an encrypted version of 50, and an encrypted version of 100. And then when Naval sends me his 25 shares, he's going to say, here is the encryption of the number of shares I have right now. Here is the encryption of the new number of shares I'm going to have. Here is the encryption of the number of shares I'm giving this out. And then here is this magic cryptographic proof that says that the numbers line up. That says x plus y equals z, and I'm not trying to give away more than I actually have. You can verify that everything's following the rules without verifying which specific thing a particular transaction is doing and with what parameters. So there are ways to get back your security and privacy at the same time. There are still some limits to how much privacy you can get. For example, even in this case, people can see when people are interacting with this particular application at all. If you just use a blockchain, you lose a lot of privacy. If you use a blockchain plus zero-knowledge proofs and plus other kinds of cryptography, you can often get back a lot of privacy. And you can potentially get even more privacy than in the centralized case, because in a traditional centralized system, there is the Facebook that runs everything and that sees everything. But with these kinds of systems, there is no one at the center. All there is this mathematical castle in the sky verifying the proofs.
So in theory, we could get digital cash, which is anonymous. One step further, we could even get anonymous smart contracts, where maybe you can tell you and I interacted with a smart contract, but the details beyond that are lost.
Not even in theory. This is something that's existed. Zcash has been around for more than 5 years now.
Zcash is a blockchain that is built around zero-knowledge proofs for all transactions. The recipients and the senders can be anonymous. Truly moon math, as they say. So let's fast forward a bit. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I know that's really long out in blockchain land because Bitcoin only came around in 2009 and ETH only came around in the early teens. But let's say 10 or 20 years from now, we've done all the hard engineering that we need. We've built as much technology as we can imagine. What are the limits of blockchain scalability and privacy? Where do we end up? Do we end up with every transaction we want to have private is private, or do you think a lot of them stay public? Do you think that we're using blockchains for almost all cloud computing, or is it still limited into the financial and high-value domain?
One of the things that it's important to mention is that the scalability of blockchains is improving, and it's going to improve pretty rapidly. The way that blockchains work today is I send a transaction, the transaction gets on the network, and every single computer on the network has to verify that transaction. There are scaling techniques. Once again, we don't have to get into the weeds, but things like roll-ups, sharding, these are technologies that allow you to use blockchains in a more clever way, where you still have a lot of very redundant computation happening, but it's much more efficient.
So what are the different techniques? Let's just go through those.
So, centralized system, send a transaction, you send it to Facebook, Facebook has one computer verifies it. A blockchain, you have 100,000 computers, you send your transaction, all 100,000 computers verify it. Sharding, send your transaction, the system randomly chooses 1,000 computers, out of 100,000 computers, those 1,000 computers verify it, and the transaction gets accepted. So instead of all 100,000 computers verifying, only 1,000 computers verifying. When you have lots of transactions being accepted into the system, every single computer in the network, on average, is only going to have to verify like maybe 1% of all the activity. You can actually crank up the efficiency even higher. Eventually, you could say every computer doesn't even have to verify 1%, every computer maybe only has to verify 0.1%. Think of how BitTorrent works, right? BitTorrent is also like a highly distributed network. If you want to download the really popular movies, you generally can. But on BitTorrent, you don't literally have every computer download every movie, because that's totally crazy. On average, the movies we're going to have a few hundred seaters, maybe a few thousand seaters. So that number is big enough that you have the redundancy and you can generally get the content that you want, but it's not so redundant that it just becomes crazy inefficient. The question is, can you create a network that works the way that BitTorrent works from the point of view of data distribution and efficiency, but create something that still has the same verification properties that blockchains do? That is what sharding does. One of the weaknesses of sharding is that it is more technically complicated. You have to actually do the work to figure out what exactly are the rules by which these transactions get split apart between the nodes. How do you make them all talk to each other? How do you do this distributed verification? The approach that is simpler from a protocol perspective is to just say, we're going to require every node in this network to be really powerful. So instead of a laptop being able to be a node, would require every node to be almost a supercomputer. If you do that, then you can make blockchains that still work the way that they work today, but they can process more transactions. Maybe instead of being able to process 50 a second, they might be able to process 1,000 a second or 5,000 a second. The weakness of this approach, and the reason why Ethereum is not taking this approach, is that it leads to more centralization, right? The number of people who can actually verify what's going on decreases. The number of people who need to collude to try to push through some change to the protocol that the users might not.
Okay, let's go. He changed the anywhere from 22 or 54 for haircut and brow job. 100% brow job. Blow job. The restaurant changed. The restaurant changed sharply. The restaurant charged sharply high prices for its food. 就不是这个叫。可以就这样迁移。The restaurant chain the restaurant shacking high prices. The restaurant. He charge. Okay. What is? How much do you charge? How much do you charge? How much do you charge? He charged anyway. He charged anyway. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for haircut and blow dry. Okay, I can tell you. Okay, I can tell you what it is. I can tell you about my non-reads. What is it? How the restaurant charge shocking high prices for its food. My plum. Okay. He charged anyway from 20 to 50 for haircut and blow dry. Okay. Blow dry. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for haircut and blow dry. There's This one charge is shocking high prices for its food. He charged anyway. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for haircut and blow dry. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. Shocking. Charged to ask an amount of money for something special service or activity. How much? How much? How much do you charge for a haircut and blow dry? The bank. Okay. The bank charge the commission commission or special or piece不要做错 or piece or bank the bank change commission the bank change commission the bank change commission to the bank charge commission to change my travelers checks. They charge you 20 just to get in the like they look the local museum don't charge for admission. Okay. To charge for renting a bicycle for a week. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for a haircut and brow dry. The restaurant charges shockingly high prices for its food. Shockingly like disgusting. Casting. Okay. The restaurant charge. The restaurant charge. He charged anyway. He charged anyway. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for a haircut and blow dry. The restaurant charged shockingly high prices for its food. My plumber charged 20 an hour. My plumber charged 20 an hour. My plumber charged 20 an hour. The policy of charge air travelers. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian mile is proved unpopular. The policy of charge air travelers for The paths of charged air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for haircut and boot. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for a haircut and blow dry. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for a haircut. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for a haircut and blow dry. He charged anywhere for haircut and for a haircut and blow dry. He charged anywhere from 20 to 50 for a haircut and blow dry. For a haircut and blow dry. The restaurant. 可以选择 university 的。The restaurant charge买小本领。The restaurant charges shockingly high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shockingly high prices for its food. My plumber charged 20 hour. Okay, the restaurant charges shockingly high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shocking high prices. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. The restaurant charge shocking. The restaurant charges shocking high prices for its food. My plumber charges 20 an hour. My plumber charges 20 hour. My plumber charges 20 hour. The policy of charge. The policy of charge. The policy of charges. The policy. Okay. The policy. Okay. Let me see. Policy. 这该是好听，又到了天5、6。Policy. Company. Plan. 往一看都好看。Plan. Document. Plan. Document. Plan. Document. The policy of charging. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging air travelers for Okay. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian males proved unpopular. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian. Okay. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging. The policy of charging. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging air travelers. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian meals proved unpopular for vegetarian meals. Vegetarian meals. Vegetarian meals, approved. Vegetarian meals approved, unpopular, approved. Vegetarian meals approved. Vegetarian meals, vegetarian meals approved, unpopular. The police have charged air travelers. Okay, the policy of charging air travelers for right. The policy of charging air travelers. 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 Okay, the policy of charging air travelers. 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 The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian meals. Vegetarian meals approved. Vegetarian meals approved. Unpopular. For vegetarian meals. Approved. For vegetarian meals approved. Unpopular. For vegetarian meals popular. Vegetarian meals proved unpopular. The policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian. Okay, the policy of charging air travelers for vegetarian meals approved. Unpopular. Verb. Accuse, verb, accuse, forming, accuse or forming, verb, accuse or forming, of the police.我觉得都特更多是于我觉得 occasionally feel like this.我学习有2个重要方向。Create and invest, create and invest. OK， 其实就是创造，而创造的话就是创造创造创造偏向于创造于一种无需授权的杠杆。文字图片艺术品。都是可以用来创造的媒介，可以用来创造的工具。当你的思维，当你的脑中的to make a formal statement, to make a formal statement. Accuse the formula. Accuse. Okay, verb. Accuse. Something. Accuse. Passive. Plan or document. Plan or set of either or plan or a set of ideas or a plan. A set of ideas or a plan of what to do in a particular situation that had been agreed to or fashioned by a group of people. By a group of people, or business organization, or a government, or a policy, or a political party. Which you can. Pass of charge air travelers for the pass of charge air travelers for accuse the formal formal. Accused or formal. To make a formal statement. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Okay. Accused of the police. To make a formal. Public or official. Formal. To make a formal. Okay. Accused of formal. Okay. To make a formal statement. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused for a crime. Accused of formal. Okay. Public or official.怎么聊？不看。感觉够用。Crime activity. Oh, I like activity. Formal.
Formally.
Formally.
Formally. Formally. Formally. Formally.
Accused or formally. To make a formal. To make a formal statement. To make a formal statement. Bank statement. Okay. Statement. Bank statement. Hospital statement. School statement. My statement. Okay. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. To make a formal statement. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. She's been charged with murder. Okay. To make a formal. To make a form. Okay. Accused of forming. To make a accused of forming. Accused of forming. To make a form. To make a form. To to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Accused forming accused of forming to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Okay. To make a formal statement saying that someone is I say to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. 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 To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Okay, saying that someone is accused of a crime. Okay. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Someone is accused of a crime. Someone is accused of a crime. To make a formal statement. Saying that to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. Is accused of a crime. To make a to make her form, to make her form, to make her. To make a form, 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 to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. To make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. To make a form, to make a formal statement, to make a formal statement, to make a formal statement, to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. To make a formal saying that to make a formal statement, to make a formal statement saying that someone is accused of a crime. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. So much means. This word, this verse. So much means this word. For this word. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. English is difficult. Chinese. Think about. So she's been charged. Okay, she's been charged with not. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. Everyone, this is my first video. I can tell you. She's been charged with murder. She's being charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged She's been charged with murder. 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 She is charged with murdering her husband. She's been charged with murdering her husband. She is charged with murdering with her husband. She is charged okay. She is charged with murdering her husband. She is charged. With murdering her husband. Well, she's charged with murdering her husband. She's charged with murdering her husband. She's charged with murdering her husband. She's charged. Okay. She's been charged with murder. She's being charged with murder. She's been charged with murder. Okay. She is charged with murdering her husband. Okay, on this, same. She's being charged with murder. Okay, she's charged with murder her husband. Her husband.他被指控杀害了。Okay, let me see. She's being charged with murder. With the murdering. She's been charged with murder. Let me see. Been charged. Formal statement. Forward direction. Toward the direction that is in front of you. Bow. Lower. Balance. Crowd. He's charged. Yeah, I'm right. She's charged. ได้ฝึกออกก่อน 你可能就可以在免费创作使用不通过投资人合约进行创作，就可以使其收藏品在这些将支付盖死。什么意思啊？Right, upset. Yes. 这体验太差了。Okay, let me see.
Not want becomes much smaller. It's still much more decentralized than Facebook, but it becomes much less decentralized than it could be. And maybe in some cases that's the right approach. If you want to make like a decentralized video game, you want it to be decentralized, but it's not the sort of thing where if it gets captured, people lose hundreds of millions of dollars, then maybe this more centralized approach is actually totally fine. There is this whole spectrum of applications in the middle where it's fine. But if you want something that's high assurance, then you do want to break the decentralization up closer to the maximum. And the current Ethereum does provide that. It does provide this very high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability, but at the expense of scaling. So what we're trying to do with sharding is we're trying to say, can you provide this high level of decentralization and high level of verifiability and still have a higher level of scaling at the same time?
I want to probe a little further on this decentralization question. A lot of folks who are coming into crypto, especially if they don't have a lot of experience, they notice that decentralization is important. It's hard to end up in crypto without believing that decentralization matters. But the question is, why here? You show up and there's a cultural slider about how much decentralization is the right amount. And Ethereum is like, you have to be able to verify Ethereum on a laptop. And the question is, why a laptop?
The larger the number of users that are verifying by default, the more secure a blockchain is. Because in the extreme, if nobody verifies by default except 10 different staking pools, then all that you need to try to force a change to the rules that the users might not like is 10 staking pools to come together and agree on it. But if, on the other hand, you have 10,000 users where the way that those users interact with the chain by default is they verify it locally, and we accept blocks if they see those blocks as being valid, if someone wants to try to push some change to the rules, they actually have to go to the users and they have to convince the entire set of users to go along with it. That's a much higher bar.
Let's say that I'm Solana. Solana is super high throughput blockchain, has much higher hardware requirements than what Ethereum has. If I were a Solana proponent, I might say Ethereum has 5,000 some odd nodes, something in that ballpark. Solana might have, let's say for the sake of argument, 1/10 the number of nodes. To actually get everybody in Solana to somehow fail to notice that there's been some fundamental failure or safety violation in Solana would be very difficult. Yes, it's 1/10 the number of nodes in Ethereum, but Ethereum just has some number of nodes, Solana has some number of nodes. They're all pretty large, and they're all large enough communities that they would notice if something were to go wrong. What is your counter-argument to the Solana advocate who says, look, it's consumer hardware, it's expensive consumer hardware, but it's still consumer hardware, and somebody who's sufficiently motivated can still go out and verify Solana transactions?
The way that I think about this is it's not just about what is the level of technical capability of running a node. It's once it gets to the point where running a node is so easy that people are comfortable doing it by default, right? If running a node is hard but possible, then there just is this constant pressure to try to save time and point yourself to another node. Potentially, even some of the people participating in the proof of stake consensus are going to start pointing to the same node. I think that actually happened in EOS a couple of years back. Right now, doesn't the Solana Foundation even have to explicitly do a whole bunch of work to actively encourage people to run nodes?
All these new layer ones have a lot of subsidies that go out to most of the nodes.
Right, so the question is, when the subsidies disappear, is the network still going to work that way? There's actually two aspects to this. One aspect is the technical feasibility, and technical feasibility is running a node easy enough that people are going to keep doing it as a hobby. Even with Ethereum, there's a lot that we could do to make running a node even easier than it is today, and a lot of the scaling things that we're doing and a lot of the protocol changes that we're doing over the next couple of years are trying to be in that direction. For example, there's this feature called stateless clients. The goal of stateless clients is that it becomes possible to verify the chain without having more than a very tiny amount of information on your hard drive. Right now, an Ethereum node, it takes up half my hard drive. After stateless clients, it's not going to take up any of my hard drive. Bitcoin is in a very good place already. From a node running ease point of view, Bitcoin is in a better place than Ethereum, but Bitcoin does obviously sacrifice by having significantly lower throughput than Ethereum does. So technical feasibility is one aspect. Another important aspect is culture. People need to feel like it is this very ingrained responsibility that there's lots of this very independent verification going on. And that's something that is difficult to cultivate. It is one of those things where if you lose it, it is fairly difficult to try to get it back. And I do think Bitcoin has that. I do think that in Ethereum, with the staking culture, it's actually been improving recently, and I want it to keep improving. But it is the sort of thing that needs to be highly valued. The two things play into each other. If you have a culture that values running nodes, then you have a culture that's going to value making protocol changes to make it easier to run a node. And if it's possible to run a node, just technically speaking, then it's more likely that you're going to have that kind of culture. People sometimes ask us, hey, why not crank up the parameters by a factor of 5, and why not require people to have 10 terabyte hard drives? And a lot of people in Ethereum core development are actively resisting this. So I think it's only Ethereum and Bitcoin almost that have cultures that are willing to actively make sacrifices for decentralization to that same extent.
I've always taken the point of view that the most decentralized coins will win in the end, because the whole point of blockchains is decentralization, otherwise you wouldn't need them in the first place. That said, it does seem that every wave that happens in crypto where new users come in, there's a boom in a bull market, the new users tend to go for minimum viable decentralization. They don't care about decentralization until the bogeyman shows up and starts stomping them out of existence. Even decentralized finance, a lot of these are decentralized in name only. They're running centralized front ends, the teams are in well-known locations, they're probably failing the Howey test in some level or another, and we're going to find out just how far governments are going to go to test the decentralization metric. But privacy is the same. People don't value privacy until somebody goes to jail over it, and then they're like, oh wait, I want privacy, or someone gets deplatformed. Right now we're in a bull market phase, and when the risks aren't as high.
Let me see. Can you interval?
Sort of ignore decentralization and privacy, but after a couple of incidents, you will see people start paying attention to decentralization and privacy. And at some level, the OGs know this, because the most money is still locked up in Bitcoin ETH, and some of that is momentum, but some of that is also security. You can put money into Bitcoin ETH and forget about it for a long time. I'm not convinced you can do that in a lot of the other protocols that are not completely decentralized. Privacy, everyone just seems to be ignoring for now.
Right, well, Tornado Cash exists.
Do you see Tornado Cash and Ethereum staying at a separate layer or separate application, or do you ever see it being folded into Ethereum at a core level?
Realistically, it'll stay at a separate layer, because Ethereum's philosophy in general is to try to be simple at the base, and for a lot of the extra features to be something that gets built on top. There's a lot of other blockchains that take different philosophies once again, and EOS, their default wallet type.
几天之前 ChatGPT 也发布了
Like, you gotta update your references.
I feel dirty just talking about that chain. We should get into social.
那会儿，等会儿，我想。 Hi, open AI. The policy of charging air traveler for vegetarian meals proved unpopular.
Oh, I see. Charging extra for vegetarian meals can be seen as unfair, especially if people choose vegetarian options for ethical, health, or religious reasons. Travelers might feel penalized for their choice. Why do you think this concept became unpopular? Would you like to discuss possible solutions or alternatives?
Wow, you are say good.
Thank you. I'm here to help and answer any questions you have. Is there anything specific you'd like to chat about?
Can you tell me how charged mean different?
Of course. The word charges can have various meanings depending on the context. For instance, financial charges. This refers to fees or costs. For example, if someone says there are additional charges for extra luggage, it means there are extra fees to pay. Electrical charges. In the realm of physics, charges can refer to positive or negative electrical properties of atoms or particles. Legal charges. If someone is facing charges, it means they're being accused of a crime and will have to appear in court. Charging a device. This means replenishing the battery of a device, like when you plug in your phone to recharge it. Context is crucial in understanding which meaning is intended. Can you provide a bit more detail or specify which interpretation you were curious about?
She's been charged with murder. This word is wrong.
In the sentence, she's been charged with murder, the word charged refers to the legal context. It means she's been formally accused of the crime of murder and will have to face legal proceedings. Is there something specific you'd like to know about this use of the word, or did you have concerns about another part of the sentence?
She is charged with murder her husband. And you can you tell me this word is wrong single?
I understand. The sentence, she's charged with murder her husband, is grammatically incorrect. A correct version could be, she's charged with murdering her husband. Would you like an explanation on why the original sentence was incorrect, or any other related information? You're welcome.
Forward and
If you have any more questions or topics you'd like to discuss, feel free to share.
okay.
I'm here to help.
Forward and toward. Two words and different.
Certainly. Forward and toward are both directional words, but they have different meanings and uses.
Different meaning.
Forward. This usually indicates a direction or movement ahead or to the front. For example, when you move forward in a line, you're progressing towards the front. Toward or towards in British English, this indicates movement in the direction of something. For example, if you walk toward a building, you're moving closer to it. So while both words indicate direction, forward is more about moving ahead or progressing, and toward is about moving in the direction of a specific destination or object. Does that clarify things for you?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
If you have any more questions or just want to chat, I'm here. Whatever you'd like to discuss, feel free to share.
For example, how much do you charge for rating a basic for a week?
I'm sorry. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to when you mention waiting a basic for a week. Could you provide more context or clarify what you mean by waiting a basic? I'll do my best to assist you once I understand better.
Okay. Informal. Can you tell me this word mean example?
You're asking for an informal way to ask about charges for
Informal?
a service. Here's a more casual way to phrase it. Hey, how much would it cost if I had to keep it for a week? Or what's the damage if I hold on to it for a week? Using colloquial phrases like how much would it cost or what's the damage makes the question sound more laid back and informal. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, you're right.
I apologize for any confusion. Please let me know what you'd like to discuss or clarify, and I'll do my best to help.
Okay. I will do it.
All right. Take your time. Whenever you're ready, just let me know what you'd like to chat about or ask. I'm here to assist.
Wow, it's amazing. It's so amazing. Okay, it's good. Can't charge. No. The passive concept. Charging. Air driver. Determine meals proved on pressure. Travelers or for vegetable. Well, it's good. I like it. To move forward. Okay, to move forward quickly and violently, especially toward. Okay, let me see. Let me show you. Move forward. To move forward quickly 啊，学太快。To move forward quickly and violent, especially toward something that have 学太快了。Publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. Publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The people charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. This phrase, okay, so good. Forward. Apologize for any confession. Please let me know what you'd like to discuss or clarify, and I'll do my best to help. I will do it. All right. Take your time. Okay. Take your time. Take your time, bro. Whenever you are ready, just let me know. Just let me know what you'd like to chat about or ask. I'm here to assess. Cheese. Demonstrators. I apologize. Informal. Formal to make our formal to make a formal statement, to make a formal statement saying that someone is a cause of a crime. 语文对话太牛了。Cast. She's been charged with murder. She's been charged with murdering her husband. Policy. Okay, you listen and check wrong words. You listen and check wrong words.
Hi there. I just want to share how thrilled I am to work with you, and I can't wait to get started. So what's the game plan? Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running. So if there's anything you'd like me to focus on first, just let me know.
Hello. I'm really excited about teaming up with you, and I'm all set to dive in.
Yeah.
Hi there. I just want to share how...
Hey, it's great to meet you. How's your day going? Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us teaming up. How can I jump in and help?
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running. So if there's anything you'd like me to focus on first, just let me know.
Listen to my words and check wrong words. Okay?
All right. If you have any questions or topics in mind, feel free to share. I'm here to help and chat whenever you're ready.
To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad, they paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Check these words wrong.
It sounds like you're describing a situation where a newspaper or publication is making a public allegation against someone. In the example you provided, the paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. The term charged is used in the sense of making an accusation, not in a legal manner. Public accusations like this can have significant implications, both socially and professionally, for the individual involved. Is there a specific aspect of this scenario you'd like to delve into or discuss further?
Okay, let's get over it.
Of course. We can move on. Is there another topic or question you'd like to discuss? I'm here to chat and help.
To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad, the paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. 居然全都准确了，全都听准确了。You're so good. You're so good. Very good. Okay. So good. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay. You can tell. different because charge. Okay, listen to my words and check the word and listen to my words and check charge. This word different means and for example. Of course, can you tell me I mean hard charge 啊，对 OpenAI 太牛了，对语音太牛了，我被征服了。口语对话，发呆了。She's been charged with murder. Okay. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Move forward. To move forward quickly and violently, especially towards something that has accused of difficulty or anger. They bow lowered. The border is horned. Okay, let's get over it. Oh, 太棒了这个 like it. To public, she is charged with murder. She is charged murder. She to publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charge. Okay. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay, purposes. Yeah, I can do it. Okay, to publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. Someone of doing something bad. Okay, let me show you this word. The paper charged her. Okay, the paper charged her with using. Okay, I can tell you, it's Kung Fu. It's from Li Xiao. The paper charged Bruce Lee. It's Bruce Lee. It's not. This word is from Bruce Lee. Oh, it's funny. The paper charged to publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. To publicly accuse someone of doing something bad. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes.不要了，没关系。好强大呀，口语教师。 Oh, cheated. Still. This is amazing. Yes. Can only is these words. I am now charged me. Okay. Let's go start. Okay. Let's go start. What? Okay, let's get started. To publicly accuse someone doing something bad. To publicly accuse something. To public accuse someone of doing something bad. 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 To public bad. Okay, anyways. To public accuse someone of policy statement and okay, that's all. Second of all, first of all, second of all, first of all, okay, the public accuse something. A public accuse someone of doing something bad. Public accuse someone of something doing bad. Okay. a public accuse a public a little bit a little bit a little bit a little bit, but not. I need more. I need more. And invest, and I need to invest more to public accuse someone of doing something bad. To public accuse someone of doing something bad. To public accuse someone of doing something bad. 我还需要办理这个，你完成我说的东西。To public accuse someone of doing something bad. The people charged her with to public accuse someone of doing something bad. To public accuse someone something bad of doing something bad. Okay, to public accuse someone of something of doing to accuse someone of doing something is bad. Of doing something bad. Okay. To public accuse someone. 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 To public accuse someone of doing something bad. To public accuse someone. To public accuse. Okay. Let me repeat it. To public accuse someone. To public accuse someone of doing something bad. To public accuse someone of doing something bad. Dad. No, not that. It's dad. What's that? It's dad. Okay. Okay. The paper charge. Charged her with using the company. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay, the paper charge. Let me see. The paper charge. A little bit. The paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. The paper charge. The paper charged her with using the company's. The paper charged her with using the company. The paper charge. the paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purpose. And I quote, I think, vegetarian meals. Okay, okay. The people charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay, the people charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. The paper charged her with using the company's money. They were charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay, the paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay, the paper charged her with using the company's money for her own purposes. Okay. Okay, move forward. Okay, move forward. In front of you. I'm back. You. Yeah, it's my pleasure. Okay, to move forward. Okay, move forward quickly and violently Sonia. Like a stony. Okay, mean strongly and extremely. Violently. Okay, to move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has causes difficult or anger. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that had caused difficult or anger. Okay. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficult or anger. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward. Especially toward movement, especially toward something that has toward movement. To move forward quickly and violently. To To move forward quickly, and violent. To move forward. To move forward quickly and violently. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficult or anger. To move forward. To move forward quickly. To move forward. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficult or anger. Especially toward something that had caused difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly. To move forward quickly and violent. To move forward quickly and violent. To move forward quickly. To move forward quickly and violent. Especially toward something that has caused especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. Especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly. To move forward quickly and violent. Especially toward something that had caused difficulty or anger. Especially toward something that has caused okay. Especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. Especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. Especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly. And violent. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has to move forward quickly and violent. To move forward quickly. To move forward quickly and violent. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused especially toward something that has caused that has cast. 哎呀 that had cast. Especially towards something that has cast. That had cast.那个怎么选来着 ？That had cast. Especially to move forward something. Especially towards something. Especially towards something that has caused difficulty or anger. Okay. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that had caused difficulty or anger. To move forward quickly and violently, especially toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. Yeah. Okay. They bow. Lord. It's horns. It's horns. They bow, Lord. It's horns and charged. Okay. Charged. The ball lord, it's horn and charged. The bell, charge. The bell lord. Let me see. Bow, the bell, Lord, the bell, the bell, chart, the bell, Lord, it's horns, the bell, Lord, it's horns. 没用过 Open add It's fun. Can I speak English? Okay. Can I speak English? Eh? Can you translate?你可以说中文吗？你可以说中文吗？
当然可以，我会说中文。有什么我可以帮助您的吗？
你说的中文有一点带美式的口音，你知道吗？
很抱歉，虽然我没有真实的口音，但我的设计是基于多种语言数据。有时文本的表达方式可能受到英文结构的影响，请告诉我如何帮助您，我会尽量做得更好。
还可以了，大部分时候是听不出来口音的。Is right?
谢您的理解。如果您有任何问题或想要讨论的话题，就请告诉我，我会尽力帮助您。
我可以说中文，也可以说英文，然后两种语言混合着听，你可以听懂吗？
当然可以，您可以混合使用文和英文，我会努力理解并回应，请随时说或问，我在这里帮助您。
Okay. I want to know violence.
All right.
Different means.
If you have any questions or topics you'd like to discuss, just let me know. I'm here to assist and chat.
Okay. I want to know violence. Different means. 你可以用中文给我解释一下这个单词的意思吗？返回，这个数据返回要慢一点。
当然可以。OK 是一个英文词汇，常常用来表示好的或可以的意思。在很多情境下，它都可以表示同意或确认。Violence 是英文中暴力的意思，它指的是强硬的、伤害性的行为或力量，特别是当这种行为是故意用来伤害或破坏时。它可以是身体上的，如打架，也可以是言语上的，如言语攻击。希望这样解释可以帮助您更好地理解这两个词汇。
你可以再用英文给我解释一遍刚刚这个词汇吗？
Of course. Okay is a common English expression often used to mean all right or acceptable. In many contexts, it indicates agreement or confirmation. Violence refers to aggressive behavior or force, especially when it's used intentionally to harm or damage. It can be physical, like in a fight, or verbal, such as in verbal attacks. I hope this explanation helps you understand these terms better in English.
Yeah, it will sound better.
Great to hear. I'm glad the English explanation clarified things for you.
Please.
If you have any more questions or topics to discuss, just let me know. I'm here to help and chat.
I want to know different means the violence. The violence begin when the police charge. Okay, violence. Hurt. Violence can in English is very often used to mean outrage or concept. In many contexts, it indicates agreement or confirmation. Violence. We heard. Yeah, go on. Hey. Action or words that are intended to hurt people. Actions or words that are intended to hurt. Is that right? Want me? Can you tell me some more? Tell me more. Explain. Okay. Balance. This word is mean actions or words that are intended to hurt people. Is that right? If this were right, can you tell some more? Explain this.
I understand what you're getting at.
Go on.
Words that are intended to hurt people are often referred to as hurtful words, derogatory remarks, or verbal abuse. These can have a significant impact on a person's emotional well-being. Using hurtful words can cause emotional pain, lower self-esteem, and lead to feelings of rejection or isolation. It's important to recognize the power of our words and strive to communicate with kindness and understanding. Words can build bridges or walls, so it's essential to choose them wisely. Does this explanation help provide more insight into the impact of hurtful words? Would you like to delve deeper into any specific aspect?
I understand what you are getting at. Words are they intended to hurt people. Yeah, words that are intended to hurt people are often referred to as hurtful words. Decorate remarks. Okay. The values begin. Actions or words that are intended to hurt people. That the attack was a great gratuitous. Charge. Okay. The violence began when the police charged. When the violence began when the police charged demonstrators. Oh, what this? Okay. The violence began when the violence began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The violence began when the police charged a crowd. The violence began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The violence began when the police charged a crowd. For refreshing purposes, forward, toward, in front of you, toward the direction that is in front of you. Charge. Emotion. Charge. Charge. Minus charge. One times verb. Plan. Cruel. Bag.
Crowd.
A large of people who have 哎，前面读的是为什么不一样 ？Crowd. The madness began when the police charged. The madness began when the police. The madness began. The madness began when the police charged. The madness began when the police charged. When police charged. Okay, the madness began when the police charged. The madness began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The madness began when the police. The madness began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The madness began when the police. The madness began when the police. The madness began when the police charged. The madness began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The Venice began. The Venice began when the police charged a crowd. The Venice began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. The violence began when the police charged a crowd. Okay, the violence, please. 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 The violence. The violence. The violence. The Venice began when the police charged a crowd of demonstrators. Okay, inform to hurry from one place to another. To hurry from one place to another. To hurry from one place to another. 其实这都当这个辅助。To hurry from one place to another. To hurry from one place to another. I've been charged to hurry from one place to another. Inform to hurry from one place to another. I've been charged to hurry from one place to another. I've been charged about all day. I've been charged about all day and I'm exhausted. I've been charged about all day. I've been charged all day. I've been charged all day. I've been charged about all day. And exhausted. I've been charged all day and I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. I've been charged all day. 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 I've been charged about all day. I've been charging about all day, and I'm exhausted. And I'm exhausted. Okay. I've been charged. Okay, to hurry up one place to another. To hurry from one place to another. I've been charging about all day, and exhausted and I'm exhausted and I'm exhausted. And I'm exhausted. He came charge up these stairs. He came charge up these stairs. He came charge up these stairs to tell me the good news. The good news. He came charge up these stairs. He came charge up these stairs. He came charge up these stairs to tell me the good news. He came charge up this stair. He came charging up these stairs to tell me the good news. He came charging up these stairs to tell me the good news. Okay. Explosive. Okay, or explosive. Okay, explosive. Bang. To put it love explosive. To put it love explosive. To put a love explosive into a gun. To fire it once. To put a love into a gun to fire. Okay, what means this? To put a love explosive. To a explosive. To put a love explosive. Okay. To put a love explosive into a gun. To fire it once. To put a love explosive into a gun to fire it once. Okay. To put a love explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put a love to it once. Let's get this. to put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough. Okay. It's to put enough. Once. Since today's a song. Enough once. 昨天没有4号没有。To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to put enough explosive into a gun to fire into a gun. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. Explosive. Prices. World. Explosive. Explode. Break apart. To break up into pieces. To break up into pieces. Violent. To break up. Okay. To break up into pieces. Violent. Or to cause something to do this. Or to cause something to do this. To break up into pieces. Violent. And strong word. Extreme. Okay. To break up into pieces. Violent. To break up into pieces. Violent. Encaption violent. to put enough explosive. Okay, yeah, I know this. Order formal, often passive, often passive. Not acts, passive. Behavior. Grammar. The passive form the passive form of a word is being used when the grammatic subject is the person worth that expresses the effect of an action rather than the person worth that causes the effect that rather than the person worse that causes the effect rather than the person worse that causes the effect the passive form or verb is being used when the grammatic subject is the person or that experiences the effect of action. The effect of an action rather than the person rather than the person worth that causes and okay, to put enough exposure. Okay, to order something passive grammar behavior, not acting to influence or change a situation, allowing other people to be encountered. I've been to put enough explosive to put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. To put enough explosive into a gun to fire it once. Order. To order someone to do something. 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 He was charged with taking care of the premises. He was charged with taking care of premises. Okay, I will see. idea. Mm-hmm. So amazing. Okay, let's move down. Okay, here was to order someone something, to order someone to do something. He was charged with taking care of premises. He was charged to order someone to do something. To order someone to do something. He was charged with taking care of the premises. He was charged. Damn, I can tell you what it is. He was charged with taking care of the premises. He was charged with taking care of. He was charged. Order someone to do something. Order someone. Okay. Order. From. Okay. To order someone to do something. He charged. He was charged with taking care of the. He was charged with taking care of the premises. He was charged with taking. He was charged with taking care with taking care with taking care of. He was charged 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 with taking care of promises. Okay. He was charged with taking care of it. He was charged with taking care of it. Taking care of promises. He was charged with taking care of the promises. He was charged with taking care of. He was charged with taking care of promises. 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 I can tell you what it is. I can tell you language how it is. Okay. I can tell you, like, if you He was charged with taking care of the. He was charged with taking care of the promises. Okay. This is over. Okay. How much do you charge for reading a basic for a week? Okay. Charge to ask an amount of money for something, especially a service or activity. How much do you charge for a haircut, and how much do you charge for a haircut and road drive? The bank charge commission. The bank charged commission to change my travelers checks. The bank charged commission. The bank charged commission to change my travelers checks. To object. They charge you 20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge you 20 just to get in the nightclub. They charge They charge you 20 just to get in that club. They look music. They look museum don't charge. They look museum. They look museum don't charge for admission. They look museum don't charge for admission. They look museum don't charge for admission. I've visited some place. Graduate. Race track. Passed by several runners. Fun and finished dance. Okay, I can do it. Good. Crime. Okay, let me see. Next word. What is the next word? I was charged with take care of it. Take care of it. They promised it. I was charged with take care of it. They promised it. I was charged with take care of the houses. I was charged with taking care of the house. I was charged with taking care of the houses. Again, emergency herbs in her life. I'm incredibly okay. Because I'm incredibly and unbelievable. Okay. Let me see. Crouch. This is the word. Dating. Let me see. Short coach. Pops nap in her lap. Grad. And Ross and I were in grad school together. We haven't seen each other since then. I landed in China. Guess who's in charge? Guess who's in charge? Okay, this means like move word. Guess who's in charge of the dig? Guess who's the dig? Let me see. Guess who Guess who's in charge of the day? Okay. Route. Or not group of people who have some good egg. Go on. What are you doing? What are you gonna do? Like perfect. Deep. Right, dig. Coach, dig. Dig. Musa. Dig.
If you're trading a $10,000 trade, you'll pay the $50 in fees for the security. By the way, one thing that we can talk about is that a blockchain runs a market for block space. There's limited block space because there's limited computing power. So you're always participating in an auction and you're paying to get your execution of your application included in the current run of blockchain. And so to do that, you're buying block space, and Ethereum block space has gotten quite expensive. So things like sharding and adding these things called rollups in layer 2, which we haven't talked about, these are ways of creating more block space, bringing down the cost of blocks. But even if Ethereum stays very expensive, then the high value applications will stay on Ethereum. Those people will just pay more. If you're building Wall Street, you want rule of law, you want equal protection of the law, you want property rights, so you pay for that. Whereas if you're just building a game and you're trading magic axes and swords and they're worth a couple of dollars each, maybe you just go to a blockchain that doesn't value decentralization as much. So perhaps the applications break down that way. But one of the things we haven't talked about is this incredible ecosystem of all these people building on it and around it. And my personal view is that ETH got saved. If you look at Bitcoin, there's not been a lot of innovation in Bitcoin. Sure, the core developers have done some good work, but now the meme in Bitcoin is, no, we don't change anything because we're trying to be the reserve currency here. We're trying to be digital gold. So we don't want to change anything. Everything is fixed, immaculate conception. It was mostly right at the beginning. We made a few tweaks. It's good to go. We'll fix a few little things, but you can rely on this because it doesn't need to change. It already does the job and it does it well. And I kind of buy that argument, but I don't buy the Maximus argument that is the end goal of all blockchains. There are other blockchain things you can do. And in ETH, we're doing a lot more than just that. But even there, I noticed that there's an incentive mechanism around coins. When you create a blockchain, you create these coins to regulate access to the network. In a theory, you reward the people who are doing the hard work around the blockchain. So you reward the miners who are securing the blockchain or the stakers who are securing the blockchain. And it's been hard to reward the developers. I know Zcash had a founder's reward, which was controversial. Satoshi has 5% of the Bitcoin blockchain. The Zcash founder's reward is like 10% of the blockchain. Some of the modern blockchains, 70, 80, 90, 99% is going to the initial team of investors, and these are the VC chains. So how do you incent people to build on somebody else's blockchain? Because the incentive is becoming, well, that's a great blockchain you got there. It's open source. Let me fork it. Let me make a copy of it and run it myself. Or I've seen game developers who are saying, I don't need Solana level security. I'll just fork an existing blockchain and just make it my own. And my own users who are running the game will also run the blockchain. So the incentives aren't there for developers to build on somebody else's blockchain. I got in trouble for saying this in 2017, but I still stand by it. There's a free rider effect on blockchains. There's a strong incentive to fork a chain and build your own, rather than to build on an existing chain. There's a couple of brilliant things that maybe by accident, maybe deliberately happened on ETH that have allowed an ecosystem of innovation on ETH. There's ERC20, which is people are building their own tokens, and then there's these roll-ups and layers where people are building on top of ETH, and in theory, they're going to issue their own token. So I would argue that the one place where the ETH innovation has been the slowest, and maybe technically the hardest, has been at your own layer. It's been at layer 1, where the ETH Foundation is working, where the sharding is supposed to take place, and where ETH2 is supposed to get built. That's where the schedule has been the furthest behind, whereas on rollups on layer 2, things are moving very, very fast. On ERC20, other assets built on top of ETH, things are moving very, very fast. And I wonder if it's just as simple as incentives. Have you thought about how do I incent the people working at layer 1 to move fast? Maybe if they got their own token somehow?
The Ethereum Foundation does have like a bunch of ETH, and it uses ETH to pay people working on layer 1. A few months ago, we announced a client developer reward where basically every one of the teams that's building a piece of software that understands and talks to the Ethereum protocol and can run a node, he gets some amount of ETH that was in the form of ETH that's locked up in the proof of stake system that is not fully connected to the rest of Ethereum yet. So Ethereum has to have fully switched over to proof of stake in order for them to be able to withdraw that money. So that kind of incentive exists. It's not even so much about incentives. The application layer in layer 2 has been faster because building at those layers is permissionless. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build a layer 2. You don't have to coordinate with anyone to build an application. Whereas if you want to change the Ethereum protocol, that's one of the most permissioned things out there. You have to just get lots of people to agree, you have to get an entire community to buy into a protocol change for the Ethereum layer 1.
Here's an interesting question. Imagine we froze layer 1 today. You could make small changes like Bitcoin folks do, but you couldn't make big changes. But the layer 2 people continue innovating permissionlessly. They keep building all their rollups and all associated technologies. But you're still in proof of work. You're still not sharded at layer 1. Could ETH still work? Could layer 2 carry it along for a while?
It could. I don't think people will be happy about it because people in Ethereum do love proof of stake and want to get over to it quickly. Just to give some concrete numbers, today Ethereum is on average do about 15 to 20 transactions a second. But if we just moved to layer 2s, then we could go up to about 5,000 transactions a second. You keep the same blockchain, but instead of using the blockchain directly, you use these extra protocols that package up the information and use the blockchain in different ways so that you're still doing the same stuff, you're still getting the same security guarantees, but you're using the blockchain more efficiently. There's more compression, and more of the computation is being done off-chain through other protocols. So there is 100x improvements that can happen with layer 2s done well that has not happened yet. Now, layer 2s as they exist today, they're very far from perfect. Instead of 100x gain, it might only be 10x gain or even a bit less at the moment. But so roll-up technology is improving. All of these things are improving. So if layer 1 did not change, if all we could do was just more layer 2s, we could get up to 5,000 transactions a second, that would definitely be a pretty good Ethereum already.
That layer 2 execution is code. What about the data? Does the data still all have to stay on the layer 1 blockchain?
The way that roll-ups work is that they do the code execution off-chain. So there are these cryptographic protocols where the execution gets done off-chain and then verified on-chain. And the verifying is much faster than the original computation. And then the data has to be on-chain, but the data can be on-chain in a very compressed form. Instead of putting transactions on-chain, you put like a zip file of the transaction on-chain. It's like doing a data for computation trade-off. You have less data, but then you have to do more computation, but we're okay with doing more computation because we can do more computation really efficiently off-chain. If you do a roll-up super efficiently, then you only need to put about 16 bytes on-chain per transaction. Today, on average, transactions are like 100 to 200 bytes. So 16 bytes on-chain, and then decompression, verification, computation happens off-chain. Everything happens off-chain except for this tiny amount of data. That's where the efficiency comes.
Let's say you and your team recently did an analysis where you tried to look at the actual throughput on these different smart contract chains, but you didn't do the decentralization part yet. So obviously ETH looks the worst, because it's the most decentralized. Let's also talk about how much of that is because it's legacy and how much of it is because it just chose to be the most decentralized.
To Vitalik's point, usually when people benchmark blockchains, they tend to choose benchmarks that make them look good, that produce big numbers, and the most obvious way to do that is to just benchmark transfers. Especially with a lot of these newer blockchains, they tend to benchmark transfers that are done in a testnet or done in a DevNet environment, where you can always get crazy, gigantic numbers that aren't reflective of reality. We'd seen so many ridiculous claims being thrown around about what kinds of throughput blockchains could do, that we thought, okay, why don't we develop a clearly objective benchmark as a way to verify what can these blockchains do and compare them apples to apples in terms of a common type of transaction that all blockchains do. And the most common one, which is how almost all trading happens today in blockchains, is a Uniswap style AMM trade. AMM, automated market maker. It's a very simple mathematical way to trade two atoms. Most of these you can just simulate by looking at the gas limit and looking at the block time, and don't need to do a whole lot. Others of them you have to verify empirically, because the way that gas is computed doesn't tell you enough to verify whether the blockchain can actually fit in that direction. So what we found is that Ethereum can do about 10 trades per second, Celo can do about 25, AVAX can do about 30, but it has much higher ceiling, Polygon can do about 50, and Binance Smart Chain can do about 200. And then Solana, which famously claims that it can do in the thousands to tens of thousands of transactions per second, Solana can do about 280. But part of the reason why Ethereum performance is where it is to Vitalik's point earlier, that Ethereum has enshrined a certain level of decentralization. This is important as a norm, as an institution, that we make sure that Ethereum is accessible to anybody on a laptop. And most of these newer blockchains haven't chosen that. They choose different points in the decentralization performance spectrum. And my view is that it's totally sensible to have blockchains that choose a different point on that trade-off curve. It's really important to have Ethereum and to have Bitcoin, which go all the way to the left. But it's sensible that some people should have blockchains that are tuned for different trade-offs. But within tuning to a different trade-off, you better get really high performance if you're going to be not very centralized. My point is that if you're going to make that big trade-off, you better be getting a lot of bang for the buck when you're doing it.
Not only that, but I think the high-value applications are going to end up on Bitcoin and Ethereum in that case. And the highest value application is just money. I'm curious, Vitalik, if you think longer term, money is a use case of ETH. Is ETH the token and ETH the coin price a byproduct of something you need to run the network? Or is it itself a core value that ETH should be a store of value? It should be a place where people can put their money in and forget about it for 10 years.
Ultimately, that's a question for the community to decide, and I think over time the community is more and more deciding, yes, ETH is an important asset, and you can use ETH as a store of value, you can use ETH as a money, you can use ETH to make transactions, because ultimately it is a cryptocurrency. It's a cryptocurrency whose value is in some ways supported and backed by all of the activity that's happening on the Ethereum chain, with EIP 1559 make up the big portion of the transaction fee from every transaction, which is paid and ETH has to get burned. Once we have proof of stake, it's projected that we'll even have negative issuance. So ETH is sort of positioned to be fairly unique in that way, but to me it's not an either or. ETH, the asset, and Ethereum, the application layer ecosystem, are synergistic with each other. The stronger the application layer ecosystem is, the stronger ETH is, and the stronger ETH is as an asset, the stronger the application layer ecosystem.
People often compare Bitcoin to gold or to the dollar as a store of value, but the biggest stores of value in the world are not Bitcoin and gold. They're factories, stocks, houses, real estate, actual productive assets. Oil is another one, commodities, etc. People store value in all kinds of weird places, art, NFTs. So it's absolutely possible that there will be multiple stores of value. If anything, what's more decentralized than having dozens of viable coins that you can store in? Running thousands or tens of thousands or millions of assets that you can store in. That's true decentralization. So you don't have a point of view on it. You're just like whatever the community wants that makes the network run. But isn't there a tension between trying to be welcoming to newcomers and new applications and highly scalable and letting everyone use your network and constantly innovating and changing and trying new things versus preserving the value for the people who are already there and preserving the value that's already been built? There's an inherent tension there.
There's definitely some tension. One of the big benefits of the Ethereum ecosystem, this layer 2 aspect to it, the pluralist aspect, the way in which the ecosystem has many sub-ecosystems, is that it is in many cases able to satisfy both. But if all you want to do is you want to have your ETH and you want to hold your ETH, then we can do that.
And there's even some Ethereum applications that value stability almost as much as Ethereum itself does. MakerDAO might be one good example there. Rye might be another good example there. Some of the algorithmic stablecoins. But then if you want to go and do wild, crazy stuff, then Ethereum lets you do wild, crazy stuff too. And if you need more scalability to do wild, crazy stuff, then you can go do the wild, crazy stuff on a rollup. So Ethereum as an ecosystem does try hard to have a place for many different kinds of participants in that way, which is definitely something that's hard to accomplish. A lot of the other blockchains, either you're just the digital rock or you're just a platform, but there isn't the digital rock that keeps the whole thing solid. With Ethereum, we do value solving the problem of both having the ecosystem that can do a lot of stuff and having the digital rock in the middle to keep it solid. Whether or not we'll succeed is, of course, up to the next decade of world history to decide.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Vitalik, I want to ask you a little bit about how your role has evolved since it began with Ethereum. In the very beginning, before all of this, of course, you were once the uppity young entrepreneur. It's been, what, 6-7 years now? You've moved on from being the entrepreneur to being the chief technologist to being the politician. You're now the elder statesman of smart contract blockchains. What have you learned about protocol politics?
Protocol politics is less different from regular politics than you might think. It's all this emergent phenomenon of what happens when you stick many thousands of people together and you have incentives that are aligned in some cases, so you have some competition in other cases, and you have different groups of people that have different opinions and they have to fight it out, sometimes within one protocol and sometimes between different protocols where there's competition. A lot of the dynamics that you get are surprisingly familiar. The kinds of religious fervor that you get when people defend their opinions. Is it better to have blockchains that have smaller blocks so they're easier to verify versus bigger blocks so that more people can afford to use them? People have very strong opinions in the same way that people have strong opinions about either religion or democracy or freedom of speech or the welfare state or any other mainstream political topic.
You built your career as a response to Bitcoin maximalism. And you've now lived long enough to see the rise of Ethereum maximalism. 3-4 years ago, it didn't seem like something like that existed. And now it's become very clear that as you have all these alternatives to Ethereum arising, there's a strong need for people within Ethereum to set apart their identity from other people. So I'm curious how you think about how to keep Ethereum healthy and not see the Ethereum community degrade culturally and religiously the way that you saw the Bitcoin community degrade.
One of the things that I feel like I've learned over the last decade is that people are at their morally worst, not out of greed, but out of fear. And this is true in mainstream politics, and this is true in geopolitics and in crypto as well.
COVID showed that. That was all fear-driven. The Russia-Ukraine crisis showed that. Russia's not attacking Ukraine to get oil fields. It's out of fear. The responses are all fear-based. And fear is used to justify all the horrible things from the Patriot Act to the COVID lockdowns. Fear drives it all. Because greed is always done in your own name, and nobody wants to do it in their own name. Fear is always done in everybody else's name. So you end up with a whole bunch of stealth-style white knights battling each other.
Right. And even when the leader actually is greedy and megalomaniacal, fear is what they use to sell it to everyone else. The times when I thought both the Bitcoin and the Ethereum community were both at their morally worst would probably be in the Bitcoin Cash small versus big block war crisis, where people felt like there was this very zero-sum struggle between one vision of what Bitcoin would be and another vision of what Bitcoin could be. A lot of principles got thrown out. People behaved terribly in a bunch of ways. In the case of Ethereum, there was this big application called the DAO, and the DAO got hacked, and a big portion of all of the ETH was stuck in the DAO. If nothing had been done, the attacker would have been able to get it out after a couple of months. And this was less than a year into Ethereum's history, so a decision was made to make a change to the rules of the Ethereum protocol to bail out the users of that application. And there was this big debate. Some people thought this is fine one time because it was early days, and some people thought that it should be a principle that we never interfere, and it's best to start those principles from day one. We did end up hard forking to fix the DAO, and a lot of people disagreed. That ended up splitting Ethereum into two chains, Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, where Ethereum Classic refused to implement the hard fork, so they let the attacker get away out of principle. The way that both communities behaved at the time was not good. People were openly advocating that we should use trademark law to try to not allow Ethereum Classic to exist. And then people were advocating 51% attacks and all kinds of things. I think the reason why people were okay with things that they would totally not have been okay at any other time is because they were afraid. Ethereum people were afraid that Ethereum Classic would replace and completely destroy Ethereum, and Ethereum Classic people were afraid that their principles were being destroyed by Ethereum, which could then grow and overtake the version of the chain that stuck to its principles. The situation did end up working out well for most people. There hasn't been a violation of that kind of immutability on Ethereum since, which is something that a lot of people were not projecting. A lot of people did think that if you violate the principles once, that it would be open season to do it many times, but no, people valued not fixing the parity wallet a year later in order to set the counter precedent that we actually do take this serious.
There was a bug in a multi-sig wallet called parity wallet, which caused a massive loss of funds. But to be clear, I think the DAO hack was much larger in magnitude than anything subsequently.
Great.
Yeah, it was much larger, and it was very unique in that it was even possible to fix it with a fork. Because normally when a hack happens, the attacker gets the money instantly, and there's like a way to fix it even if you want to. So the DAO was really special and unique in that way.
As a protocol politician, what do you feel has been your finest moment and your worst moment of blockchain statecraft?
Least proud moments, definitely handling the DAO fork situation. A lot of people did feel betrayed as a result of the DAO fork. A lot of people did feel like their expectations got violated. And a lot of people who felt like their opinion was disrespected, especially people who opposed the fork. A lot of them did feel like there was this social environment where if you opposed the fork, then you're evil because you're pro-hackers stealing millions of dollars. That environment ended up turning a lot of people off. There's a lot more that we could have done to not create that environment and still make people feel welcome despite the disagreement.
Do you regret the decision, or you regret the way in which the decision was made?
I don't think I regret the decision. I think the decision did have a lot of positive consequences too, in how it put a controversial stake in the ground. And people interpreted the stake in the ground in different ways. The way I interpret the stake in the ground is that it was a moral statement that said that you can believe in principles without assigning those principles infinite amount of weight, without saying that we're going to stick to those principles in absolutely all possible circumstances. And that kind of moderation is something that's very morally important to me personally. It's very pragmatically important to me personally too, because most people that try to take a more purist approach end up hitting a scenario that is extreme enough that you have to compromise. And if you commit too hard to never compromising, then your rhetorical posture becomes even more screwed up. It's better to be transparent about these things early on. People who are pragmatic and people who are willing to look at things in a more moderate way, they're definitely very happy as a result of that. But there are also the purists, and there were even people who believe in moderation that actually oppose the DAO fork, which was interesting too. Most people ended up sticking with Ethereum despite the DAO fork happening, but there were a lot of people for whom the DAO fork was this watershed moment where like they were curious about Ethereum before, then they realized, oh wow, no, this is a centralized evil chain, which is unfortunate that we can't satisfy everyone. But on the other hand, satisfying everyone is expensive, and satisfying everyone so hard. I sometimes even think, had we successfully satisfied everyone during the DAO fork, then might we not have had much harder politics getting proof stake out the door?
I see you taking incredible slings and arrows on Twitter and being very good-natured about it, something that Zuko seems to also do. The visible leaders of protocols, or creators of protocols, because I'm not even sure Ethereum is really led anymore, they tend to have this ability to operate in public, either with a certain nonchalance or with a certain combativeness that normal humans I don't think could sustain. How did that come about? Do you wish you just remain anonymous? Did you have to go through a learning curve to learn how to deal with all the trolls and all the haters and all the Bitcoin maxis attacking you? Do you wish you could just press a button and disappear from ETH and then ETH goes into the Foundation's hands?
There's definitely a learning curve. There's big mistakes that I made in my Twittering in years past, especially times when I would let myself get carried away in a particular discussion and I'd say something and I feel like I'd have to justify myself and I'd go into a deeper hole.
You wish you didn't argue as much on Twitter, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you learn over time. There is a good style. It accepts the criticism with grace. You learn what to respond to. You learn what to let slide because realistically, no one's going to see it anyway. There's definitely like subconscious intuitive art to being a good Twitter meme lord and being a good crypto meme lord in general.
How much influence do you have on ETH today, especially compared to the DAO fork time? Because my sense was the DAO fork you were very involved, but if something of that magnitude came up today, how much influence would you have relative to what you had then?
I feel like my influence in Ethereum keeps decreasing every 6 months. I have less now than I did 6 months ago. 6 months ago, I had less than I had a year ago. And then a year ago, I had less than I had 18 months ago. These days, the number of people that even I have to convince to push in a particular direction is significant. Watch some of the EIPs that I personally promote. Some of them don't even make it in. For a lot of them, you have to try pretty hard to satisfy all people's concerns.
What's the biggest thing you push that isn't getting adopted?
EIP 4488 is one example. If I had more control, it would have been in Ethereum already.
What is that?
This is the one to do a short-term decrease in the gas cost of phone data. It's purely technical change that makes rollups cheaper in the short term.
It seems to me like a lot of your evolving role within Ethereum shows ways in which blockchains are like religions. Imagine Ethereum started off as a sect that you founded as a charismatic leader, and you were like, hey, we're going to break off from the religion of Bitcoin or break off from the religion of Mastercoin. I believed in these new principles of return completeness. Once upon a time, you were the sect leader, and as the sect becomes a church, there becomes more bureaucracy, more vetocracy. There's more and more mechanisms that are developing behind the scenes, and pretty soon you might be the charismatic voice of Ethereum, but the formal leadership of Ethereum has taken on its own life force. What is your observation of how Ethereum has become more systematized as a culture compared to what it was 5 years ago?
Today, the protocol decisions tends to be done through this mechanism called the all-core devs call. Like, this is a call that happens once every 2 weeks. As the name implies, all of the core developers come online and talk about all the proposed protocol changes, and everything that people agree on gets accepted, and if people disagree, then it doesn't get accepted. So there's this fairly complicated pipeline that changes have to go through. Step 1 is the idea making stage, then step 2 is the refining stage, and then there's the stage of convincing more and more people, making a test implementation, eventually turning it into a fully formalized proposal, what we call an EIP, an Ethereum Improvement Proposal, and then finally gets into an all-core devs. And then if all core devs accepts it, then it eventually goes into a hard fork, which is what we call a protocol upgrade to Ethereum, which includes changes to the protocol that everyone has to download to get accepted to the network. So there's this long process. There's many points along the way where different people have to agree. At the beginning, the research team has to agree, and then in the later stages, the core developers, the people actually writing the code, have to agree as well. So it's definitely more vetocratic considerably than it was 3 years ago, and definitely much more than it was 6 years ago when we could get a change accepted and it would get included very quickly. And even now, I feel the window is closing on substantial things. It's getting harder to do big things even today.
How do you feel about that?
In some ways, relieved. Ethereum becoming more vetocratic gives me more freedom to retire. Well, retire is a complicated word. I feel like I'll keep doing things forever, but what kinds of things? As you mentioned, my role is changing in complicated ways that are hard to describe.
What would you be working on if you weren't working on ETH?
Good question. I'd have my big long list of things that I think need to happen, and I would do some combination of writing about it, explaining them, and probably putting some of my own money into making them happen, trying to put teams together and make them happen. This would be things like account security, like what we talked about with social recovery wallets, ideas around privacy, some of the secure blockchain-based voting stuff that I've been pushing, the entire roadmap of what do we need to do to make this ideal, trustless, decentralized society work.
You've already had that, the aforementioned AMMs that Haseeb uses, automated market makers. That was an idea that came out of one of your blog posts, and then it got implemented as Uniswap. Any other low-hanging fruit there? Social recovery wallets, I heard that one. Blockchain voting. If you're a young hacker listening to this podcast, and let's say you're not shilling ETH, but you're like, hey, the world needs this, someone should build it, what would they build?
Right now, decentralized clients is one important thing. Ways to access the Ethereum blockchain that are cheaper than running a full node, but they're still decentralized and don't depend on a server. It's something that's going to become much more possible with the switch to proof of stake, and there's some people working on it, but we could use more people working on it. There's things at the application layer that could be useful. I've seen people working on decentralized VPNs, which are cool.
Do you feel like there's any applications of blockchain that haven't taken off yet because of scalability, or it's not ubiquitous, not everybody has a wallet yet. What's the extreme case? What could people be doing with blockchains a decade from now that seems like science fiction today?
Some kind of decentralized blockchain-based social media would be interesting. The thing that would be valuable to do with social media is to split the layers between content and user interface. Content should all be on one shared layer, and people should compete on providing different interfaces. Twitter and Reddit, its users make comments and users make votes. The only real difference is what are the interfaces that people use to show it. So why not create an ecosystem where anyone can go post stuff, and people can post things that link to other things, and people can make messages that are upvotes and downvotes, and people can post other people's posts, and just have 10 different ways of viewing it. They might have different presentation, they might have different styles of moderation, you might have different sub-communities, some might be more free-for-all, some might be more restrictive, some might be more focused on specific areas, some might be free speech zones, and some might be venues for like highly focused scientific discussion. But things would still end up sharing the network effect of having the same common standards of content being published to one decentralized network.
People have tried to do it somewhat, but nothing's taken off. Why is that?
If we have a super scalable blockchain where we can afford to stick these kinds of actions on by default, then what could happen?
Who do you look up to? Who are your heroes?
In the crypto space, I have a lot of respect for Zuko. Zcash is just a wholesome and honorable project. It values privacy and it's just working really hard at achieving it in this very friendly way.
He's incredibly friendly. The amount of abuse he puts up with is unbelievable. And he's one of the OGs in crypto. He's been in it forever for all the right reasons. I remember talking to Zuko in the early days and I was like, hey, if you build this thing, is it even legal? What if they arrest you? He said, I'll miss my kids, but I'll go to jail. He's a real believer. He also has this habit of retweeting people even when they attack him. One of my favorite Twitter moments was years and years ago where somebody tweeted him and said, Zuko, stop retweeting useless crap. So of course Zuko retweeted this person who became an accidental genius.
Now I'm trying to remember whether or not I picked that up from Zuko.
I do think Zuko set the tone for how you build a community with a smile. For example, now Zuko is talking about taking Zcash to proof of stake. And he still keeps getting attacked over things like the Founder's Reward, and people say, why did you have to go build an altcoin? Why did you do this as part of Bitcoin? And I remember originally he wanted to do it as part of Bitcoin, but they said, no, go implement it as an altcoin first, and then if we like it, we'll adopt it.
Vitalik knows that story well.
Exactly. Bitcoin is trying to be a certain thing. I do think Bitcoin is incredibly valuable. It is the OG. It does fall short in two ways. One is it's not programmable, and the second is it's not private. Can those be fixed? Not without severe trade-offs to what Bitcoin is. So it occupies a very important part in the ecosystem, probably the most important part, but it doesn't mean that that's the entire thing. There's a lot more to it. And Bitcoin may have nailed the basic protect your money Austrian economic style use case, but there are many more use cases. The 1,000 flowers that have bloomed on Ethereum and other smart contract blockchains since has been incredible. And as Hasib said, we're going to see a proliferation of blockchains. One, the incentives are just too strong. Second, there are different trade-offs you're making between decentralization and security and programmability. There are people coming up who are saying, well, we're more programmable. Agoric is saying you can write JavaScript-based smart contracts. There are people who are saying that with faster and simpler out of the box, you don't have to deal with layer 2s and roll-ups and sharding and all that. You just write and it's easy to run. There's some parts in the spectrum I don't understand. Things like Binance Smart Chain, the level of decentralization is so low, they just stick their name in it. But it's obviously for the people who care a lot less about decentralization, a lot more about cost and performance and so on. It's going to be a very rich ecosystem. Blockchains are a fundamental shift into a new form of computing. And I think you do have to be good-natured about it because there are all these disingenuous attacks. Like the Berkeley professor who wrote this long piece about how his Raspberry Pi has more throughput and therefore Bitcoin will fail. It's a nonsense comparison. It's just apples and oranges. You're comparing an airplane to a car, just two different things. Yet he wrote pages and pages of this, like only a Berkeley professor could. I guess these are what Nassim Taleb calls the IYIs. Nassim has the completely opposite Twitter strategy of Vitalik, where if somebody attacks him, he just executes them.
Speaking of Wade Vitalik, who would you say are your enemies?
Unfortunately, Vladimir Putin's lovely Russian government is one of my enemies now. I did talk to him 5 years ago. I believe in talking to people. I talked to Putin, I talked to the vice premier of Taiwan at one point, I talked to people in the government of Singapore, I talked to people in Canada, UK, and lots of places. But at the same time, there definitely are times when you make the judgments that you have given someone enough latitude, and as much as it would be good to give someone even more love, unfortunately, at the present time, there are cities that are being bombed, there are millions of lives and people's families and futures that are being potentially destroyed and cut short, and a beautiful country that risks being turned into Syria. Ultimately, first priority has to be doing all that we can to help people affected by that situation. So that's a really unfortunate thing, and I've been very public in speaking out that I do fully support Ukraine, and I do strongly oppose all of the characters that are complicit in trying to destroy Ukraine as a country and as a nation. And I used a Russian profanity that some Ukrainian soldiers made famous because of how they used it as a brave show of defiance against Russian soldiers that demanded they surrender. And I repeated it to the head of Russia today. So my general approach was that I don't believe it being mean 0% of the time. I believe it being mean like maybe 0.5% of the time. If you're mean only 0.5% of the time, then that actually makes that meanness more effective. Whereas if you're the sort of person that being mean is your default mode of discourse, that at some point people just stop paying attention to it.
The Bitcoin community can learn from that a little bit. Although there are definitely kind people within Bitcoin too, is we just have to be a little quieter because the maxis dominate. I'd like to talk a little bit about the unusual aspects of your life. And not because we're celebrity chasing or navel gazing here, but because it points towards the way you can live your life, right? One unusual thing about your life is that you don't seem to have large collections of houses and cars, and you're not doing the standard wealth thing. Another is you're still working as this leader of this decentralized organization. You speak some very large number of languages. Would you mind giving us an idea, a week in the life of Vitalik, or a month in the life of Vitalik? And it might be interesting to look at where it's different than the normal person's life.
The last 6 months of my life, I was in San Francisco, Toronto, Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico, Singapore, so a big long assortment of places. I've been a nomad for about 8 years now. I started doing that as part of my Bitcoin trip in 2013, and then Ethereum started, and it's like my Bitcoin trip never stopped. I just kept on going to different places. Because I was the person that was willing to travel to any particular events to talk to people, people just kept on piling more places for me to visit. Eventually, that part of my lifestyle just became permanent.
And you've given away ridiculous amounts of money, right? ETH, if I remember correctly, had 7 founders, and you've probably been among the most generous of them. Do you plan on giving it all away or most of it away? Does money not matter to you?
I plan on putting the money toward things that are the most important and meaningful to the world.
How many languages do you speak?
It depends on what counts, somewhere between 4 and 6.
And pretty fluently, right? I saw you on an airplane once speaking fluent Chinese, which caught me off guard a little bit. Was that something you learned recently?
Well, Chinese over the last 5 years. English and Russian I grew up with. French learned in school, and Chinese, and then some German and some Spanish.
I was going to ask, you said you're still on your Bitcoin trip. When is your Bitcoin trip going to be finished?
It might never be. A few years ago I thought that I would settle down eventually, but then during COVID, I spent about 6 months in Singapore, and I realized that, wow, at this point, my brain is rewired and I'm just not meant to stay in one place. The nomading is probably never going to end. It was liberating, realizing that I'm off the standard track for good, and I'm fine with that.
I got one last question which will be useful for my audience. A lot of people who listen to these kinds of podcasts, they're just trying to be the best version of themselves, whether it's the happiest or the most successful or the healthiest or the fittest. And I'm wondering if you have any philosophy that helps you make decisions that you think contributed to where you are today. A conscious philosophy where you're like, should I put time into my own education, or should I travel, or what have you? Is there any advice you would have for a young person who's sort of going down the standard track? The standard track is I went to high school, I go to college, I get a degree, then I go get a job, blah, blah, blah. Is there any advice you would give them, given where the world is today and what you have learned?
Strive to be a better person at the end of every week than you were at the beginning of it. What better means can be very different. It could mean learn something, it could mean exercise and get better at running than you were before, it could mean improving your